Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy. Swirl to investment. All right. How's everybody doing tonight? Hey, Adorn, El Mac, how's it going? Sorry I was late tonight. I got off super late. But I wanted to go live tonight. It's going to be short because I do have to work again in the morning. But I want to say something. And I'll wait for some people to come in because I'm going to say some triggering stuff. Okay. And hello, Karen. How's it going? Great to see you guys. Thanks, Adoring. Great to see you too. Um, yeah. I don't have no videos to show you tonight. I just literally walked in the door, jumped in the shower real quick, and threw on a polo shirt, and here I am. Not a lot of prep tonight, but I did want to get this live in. And hopefully, if I get off at a decent time, I can do a live tomorrow where I can, I want to show a video and stuff, but we'll see how that plays out. But hey, yeah, happy Thanksgiving. I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Um, I had a good Thanksgiving. It was really nice. Had the family over, had a good time. Um, had a couple good live shows on Thanksgiving too. Was able to do that in between family time and eating Thanksgiving dinner and watching football. That was fun. Had a good time. Sure did. And but anyway, it's good to see everybody. Um there's some crazy stuff going on in YouTube. I've been listening in. I can't watch at work, but I can listen through my Bluetooth and phone. But a lot of crazy stuff going on. Um and I want to get into some of that stuff, but I gotta anyway. But yeah, good to see you guys. My topic tonight, okay, and look, I'm going to be honest. How I feel, I'm going to tell you straight up how I feel and how I see it. Okay. And, what I say goes along with how I live my life too. So it's just not stuff I'm making up here. Um, but before I start, I need to give a trigger warning. Okay. Some things people are going to see and they're going to get triggered. Okay. Some of the, are you were in Dallas? Okay. In a Dallas Cowgirls household? What, the cheerleaders? You're around them? Or uh, yeah, I need to get back to Dallas. I need to go down there and hang out. Um, but the Cowboys won. I was happy. Um, big Cowboys fan. Me and my wife are. Um, but it was nice. Okay, but anyway, all right. If you see the title, right, it says why black women and white men should get married. I believe this should happen. I believe this should happen more often. I think the best decision is that black women and white men can make is getting married to each other, statistically. Okay? I believe that. And we're seeing the most success when it comes to black women, white men, hands down. Even the haters can't deny it. Even the haters have to admit it. They'll make some weird, crazy excuse or something that's twisted in a way to where it turns out positive, but it comes from a negative way or something. Um, but the low down with Mickey B. Okay, good to see you. All right, but anyway, um, I think black women, white men should get married in higher numbers, and I'm going to tell you why I believe this. Okay, if you look at the stats, right, and I've looked at stats over and over and over. Okay, and the most successful marriages are black women, white men, and they're even more successful than a white man and white woman, and they have a 44% uh, less likely chance of a divorce than two white people. Do you know that? And it's more successful than two black people getting married. And the numbers are much higher. It's like over 50% less likely to get a divorce than two black people. So what we're seeing is when black women, white men get together, when they get married, they have a more successful marriage. They have a longer lasting marriage. They have a marriage that's doing better than any other group. And here's why. Okay. And we could go on theories and stuff, but really the truth is you got two of the hardest working people in America, black women, white men. And when you bring two people together that are putting in the work, they're going to have success. Not always, but most of the time. And and look, you get that dynamic, and if two people are working in the relationship, it's going to work. You need two people to work in the relationship. So you look at those stats, and then here's another one. Okay. And I know this is going to be triggering. Okay. I know people ain't going to like it, but I'm going to just say it. Okay. And I'm going to put a disclaimer right here. Not all, not all, not all. Okay. But this is my observation. And this is what I see online. And in my life, I hear people talking about this. And when we go into marriage stats, we go into statistics, we look at the data, we look at the marriage rates, right? And with the most successful marriage rate being black women, white men, and then we look at the worst marriages are black men and white women. Kind of ironic, huh? We go to the best to the worst. Um, and then you look at the black community, the marriage stats, 30% of black men are married since the last stat I've seen. So 70% of the men are not married. 27% of black women are married. So 73% are not, right? I know I say these stats a lot, but think about it. And there's 2 million more black women than black men. So logically, it makes sense for black women to marry white men because you have the biggest majority of people in America are white people, right? The biggest group is white women, second is white men. So you have millions more to choose from, right? And the highest out of wedlock birth rate is in the black community. And if women would open up their options and marry out, that stat would go way down. There'd be a lot less out of wedlock pregnancies. And with all the stats and all the stuff that's being said throughout the internet or through society, and you put those stats out there, but there's always an excuse for it. There's always, okay, well, black people ain't getting married because of white supremacy, or it's because racism, or something crazy, or the government's trying to destroy the black family. No, what the truth is the men in the black community are not marrying. The women, most of them. Okay, I did not say all. So how do you fix that? And to be fair, our marriage rates across the board really suck in all groups of people, being honest. So if you have a group of people that have the most successful marriage, which is black women and white men, then we should do more of that. Should we not? What's that? Okay. I'm having a difficult time with IR dating. A while ago you all were saying, don't approach a man, let him come to you. Well, if I continue to keep my mouth closed, I'll continue to be single. Well, I know it's difficult because there's that barrier. And a lot of times white men don't approach because it's out of the norm. And this is why black women and white men should get married more often to break that barrier down. Not only that, we have the most successful marriages. But you got to be where these guys are, and they got to know that you're interested. Um, you can say something, you can talk to the guy, you can make contact without throwing yourself at the guy. You can have him help you with something or ask him a question, catch his eye. Um, I'll tell you, and I'm being honest. Anytime I approached a woman, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times I'd approach is if she said something to me. Sorry, if she said something to me, and we started talking, that right there's an indicator. And she didn't say, hey, she didn't hit on me. She just started talking, right? A smile, being pleasant, just asking a question or just saying hello. That don't mean you're throwing yourself at them, but sometimes you got to make contact because if you're just there, uh, it's not in the norm for white men to approach black women. They're doing it more often. They are, but it's still not in the norm. And he might not even be thinking about who he's going to be dating. Or he might even think you're not going to be interested because we see these mammies and pick-me's all over the place. No, it's only black men or nothing. They'll even say white people stink or smell funny or all this crazy stuff. As white men, we hear this stuff. So, and I know it's all BS. It's just them talking. It's their way of lifting up black men to make them superior. And that's all it is. But there are white men that don't know anything about black women. They believe that is to be truth. They believe that to be fact. That's how black women feel. No, it's not. It's how some feel. Okay. Look, but that that is what it is. That's what's going on. And a lot of times white men aren't just going to approach black women. And usually when they do, they're kind of strategic about it. They take their time. Um, they're reserved when they do it. And how a man approaches white men and black men approach differently. We really do because of our culture. Okay. Black men are more forward. White men are not. It just how we do things. Now, not all, okay, but that's a barrier. But you got to be where they're at, and you got to make contact. You might have to say hi or make conversation. Okay, and I know that question is asked all the time, and some black women that have opened up their options have just went out and just made the move. Okay, I don't recommend it. Um, but some feel they have to because there's that barrier. I'm telling you, most white men are not like me. I'm I'm my own person. I'm kind of different. But that's not to say they're not interested. They just don't know. A lot of them doubt how black women feel because these pygmishas, or what they call mammies, or um they're doing the black man's bidding. They're fighting for the black man in all areas. They're fighting the good fight, and they're going to put down white men as much as possible to lift them up and to try to get black women, to where they fear white men, that they think they're just, fetishizers or racist and weirdos. They put that in there. They put the fear in there. And also conditioning. And a lot of black women have told me this, that they've been told all their lives that white men are evil and conditioned not to like them, not to be attracted to them. And that gets in your mind. And look, if somebody tells you somebody's evil and doing you wrong all your life, are you going to be attracted to that person? I mean, if a woman's trying to hurt me and my family, it don't matter how fine she is. I'm not going to be attracted to her. It just is what it is because she's bringing harm. Well, a lot of black women, I believe that white men are doing black people wrong, that we just do this thing. So of course they're not going to be attracted, and they're going, but when you get to know people, you find out that all that is crap. It's stereotypes, it's generalizations, you know. But I would just say make contact, be in that friendship circle, um, and be where they're at. Be in a community uh that has both black and white people that live together. I would say that's probably the best way to interracially date because these people grew up together. They don't have the stereotypes and generalizations that uh communities that have only one group of people. It's easier to interracially date that way. I found it easier to be in a community where there were both black and white people. It's more pleasant. It's easier. You don't have to prove yourself over and over. But look, I believe, and look, looking at the data, black women need to, you know, open up their options. Black women and white men need to get married. They do. They need to do this. Okay. Number one, black women are at the biggest danger. Black women are the most unprotected. Okay. And in society, white men is the majority of men. So there's room there. And not only that, because white men are the majority, we have the most wealth, right? And they're rich black people too. But what I'm saying is when you're outnumbered in your own community, you have to lower your standards to meet that man because there's more of you than them. But opening up your options, guess what? We don't have access to black women like black men do. We don't, as white men. So we have to work on it. We have to prove ourselves. We have to put in the work. And when we get the privilege or the blessing to be with a black woman, we really appreciate it. We value that. And that's why our marriages work. And look, white men are held more accountable than black men. Let me explain why. Okay. Everything in society, if you look at history and stuff, who's to blame? White men, right? Slavery, Jim Crow, all this stuff, right? It's our fault. We've been told that all our lives. Even though we didn't participate in that evil stuff, we're still held accountable. Are we not? And then in society, if we fail, we have no excuse. There's nobody we can blame. Think about it. What am I going to say if I'm a failure? If can't find a job and things aren't going right? I can't say the man's doing it to me because they'll say you are the man. So failure is not an option. Think about it. It's not. And we can't be victims because who are we going to be victimized by? So the pleasant thing about that, ladies, is you're not going to hear white men complaining about that. We either sink or swim. We're either successful or we're not. And we ain't going. Nobody's going to feel sorry for us, and they shouldn't. It's a good thing to take failure off the table because when you don't have an excuse, you have to make it work. You have to be successful. You do. And think about it. If if I'm not making ends meet, who am I going to blame? I mean, I can whine and blame anybody, right? But the thing of it is, nobody's going to coddle me or say, "Oh yeah." But think about it. But when it comes to black men, and I'm not saying all, but a lot of them are complaining about white supremacy, right? The marriage is low because of white supremacy. The out of birth rate is white supremacy. Anytime there's black on black crime, it's white supremacy somehow had something to do with it. I see it all the time. But that's dangerous because if you don't take accountability as a man, there's no way to fix it. There's no way to fix your community. There's no way to fix you, your family, or none of that. And I know this is triggering stuff, but this is what I see. This is what I believe. And look, when 73% of black women are not getting married, what do you have to lose by getting with a white man and marrying a white man? Seriously. And who's going to treat you better, really? I mean, look at how long our marriages last. Who loves black women more? Is it black men or white men? Seriously. Because when we marry black women, we stay married. Our marriages last longer. They're more successful. We're more productive. Black women and white men are the most productive people. They really are. And when they come together, they are the power couple. So if you can get beyond wanting kids that look exactly like you and your exact skin tone, if you could get beyond that, why wouldn't you open up your options? You're outnumbered as it is. And even if black men married you, 90% of the time, there's still a lot of black women left alone. And see, in any society, when women outnumber the men, guess what? The men pretty much run amok. They do what they want because they can. If you're race loyal, what are you going to tell black men? That they have to meet your standard when there's more of you than them? Think about it. But if you open up your options, that makes men have to compete. So I think black women, white men should get married. And logically, that's the best decision you'd make, whether you're a black woman or white man. I know some people are going not like what I'm saying. I know people think I'm full of it, but look at the stats. Look at the success rate. I mean, seriously, 73% not married? Where else? I mean, what are you going to do? But seriously, I think We should get married. Seriously. I did it. I knew I was doing the right thing. Everybody thought I was crazy. Now, ain't too many people laughing at me now, almost 30 years later. And look, I'm not alone. This ain't an unusual thing. This ain't just something that I stumbled up, met Sandy, and it just happened to accidentally work. No, it was meant to work. It was meant to be. It was going to be successful from the start. And this thing is going to happen more and more. Black women and white men are going to come together in bigger numbers. It's coming. The future's coming. Right now, me and my wife Sandy are like a preview. Loving versus Virginia was a preview of what's going to happen. And there will be a time, and I don't think it's going to be that long, where black women will be married to white men more than black men. And I think that's going to be soon. And the reason I say that is think about it. 13% of the population is black people, right? Okay. So black women outnumber black men about by 2 million, right? 73% of black women are not married. Only 27% are. So how soon would that flip? That could flip in a few years if you really think about it. Unless black men turn it around and start, being more husbands and fathers and becoming great men or something. If that don't happen, it's going to flip, because black women, in my humble opinion, I believe are tired. I believe they want to get married. And I think a lot of black women are looking, saying, you know what? And I've heard some black women tell me, they said, I don't care what the guy is. I just want a husband and a father to my children, right? And that white men used to be the most race loyal, right? Not anymore. White men are marrying out more than white women right now. Did you know that? Even though white women get with black men twice as much as we do with black women, but with Hispanics and Asians and a little bit of black women, we marry out more than white women right now. And you know what? It's going to increase even more, because what I'm seeing within my community, not all of us are picking Becky's anymore, or Karens. A lot of white men are marrying Asians. It's like exploding. And then, Hispanic. A lot of white men are married to Hispanic women, and then black women. It's climbing. But we're the most successful with black women than any other group of women. That says something. That says something about a black woman's character, and that says something about how much we love black women. Yeah. I mean, black men are not getting married. I don't know why. I don't know why the stats are the way they are. I think within the culture, it's acceptable to have children out of wedlock. And yeah, that's happening all over across the board, right? But, within our culture and community, it's still shameful to have children out of wedlock. We still get shamed. I mean, there, I got cousins that have, that are single mothers, had babies out of wedlock, but it's shame. We don't really, we don't like it. In fact, most of the women in my family that were single moms get married. Somehow they don't want to be single mothers. And I think within the white community, it's easier for single mothers to get married than in the black community. We're as white men, we're more open to marriage with women that have children. That's another reason black women need to open up their options. That's another reason we need to get married, black women, white men. Serious. We have the most successful marriage and we're the most attacked. People hate it when black women, white men get together. You don't even know. I've showed you guys some of the comments I get. You don't know how much I get. I get hateful stuff sent to me, but I don't care. I'm living my best life. And if I want to be with a black woman, I'm going to do it. And I did it. And you know what? I'm reaping the benefits right now. Have been all my life. And people will say, well, the marriages work. And I heard somebody say it's because of white supremacy or white privilege. I don't know about white privilege, but the most privilege that I've ever had in my life is when I married my black wife. That's when my privilege really started. That's when I really started being successful. That's when I really grew up. That's when I really made it happen. That's when I lived my best life. Because black women have a way of taking you and who you are and what you have and making it better. And that's why our marriages last longer. Black women have a way of doing that. When they give you their love, they give you everything. It's just too bad that there's a lot of dumb black men that don't get it, that don't understand that they have the best group of women on earth and can't get it together. The ones that do, though, they're very successful. I mean, seriously. But when you coddle a man, when you tell a man that he's the best, from a time he's a child, as he grows up, he's never going to be no good because he's already perfect. You already made that perfect man. And those pick-mishas and mammies have destroyed black men. Seriously. Telling them they're the best without earning it. Telling them they're superior without having to compete. And no man's superior to the other, no. But the man that has the best outcome is the one that works hard, it puts in the work and competes. And you will see them out there and trying to skew the stats, trying to make the white guy such a bad guy, okay? And not saying there ain't bad white men, there are, but um making it to where if you date a white man, you're in trouble. Bad things are going to happen. I mean, people have told my wife this: don't marry him, don't do it. You'll be sorry. Oh yeah, 30 years of marriage, she has a house she's taking care of. Yeah, I guess that's dangerous. But seriously, and ladies, go where you're loved and appreciated. Look at the stats. Be logical. Do you want to be married to a man that loves you or just one that looks like you? And I hear black women say all the time, well, I got to be with a black man because he understands what I go through. Yeah, that's why he's only marrying 27% of you. Yeah, he really understands. That's why some of these dudes are living with women that have children that have government assistance and they're not even their kids, living off that. Yeah, they understand what you're going through. Yeah, that's that's why 73% of black women are not married right now. That's why black women have the highest out of wedlock birth rate, have the highest divorce rate, higher than the marriage rate. Yeah. But they understand what you're going through, right? They got it. White men can't understand it. So do you want to be with a man that understands you, that won't marry you, or one that don't have a clue that what you're going through, but can learn that really loves you and will marry you? Because I'm telling you, we don't mess around with marriage. We don't. And if you're a traditional white man like me, we don't play with marriage. We know we got to do this. We know it's important. We want it. We dream about it. We do it. It's just too bad these beta kings don't want to be husbands and fathers, would rather be pimps and players. Yeah, that, hey, trolling and strolling. This is a good point. Black girls are told white men only fetishize them. Black girls are told this from birth. No wonder there's that barrier, right? But any man can fetishize, right? And a white man might fetishize you. Not saying that won't happen. But who's making you the biggest group of single mothers? Serious, who's doing that? So is it better to get pumped and dumped than fetishized? Not saying either one's good. Um, I don't know. I think fetishizing you could deal with, it'd be a lot less problems than being a single mother. When you thought that man would come through, when you thought he would marry you, when he thought that you were the only one. And I'm not saying all, look, there are good men, yes, in every group. But if you look at the statistics, numbers don't lie. And in my opinion, I mean, we just need to cut through the BS and just black women, white men get married. Just do it. Get together. Learn about each other. Get married. Have children. Maybe that would take away a lot of these stereotypes and misconceptions too. Maybe it'd make men have to compete. Because, ladies, your biggest power is when men have to compete for you. Ladies, your value skyrockets when you open up your option. Your value skyrockets when men don't just have automatic access to you. In my opinion, black women, you need to open up your options and not look back. Seriously. And it don't have to be the white man. Look at all men. Find the one that has character, that loves you, that's going to take care of you. The one that values marriage and family. And I'm not talking just having children together. I'm talking about a marriage, doing it the right way, doing it the way it was meant to be. A man, woman, and children. And a lot of women and black women are in bad situations. They need to divest and get out. Black women have fought the good fight. They've stayed around. They've been loyal. Unfortunately, there's too many 50-year-old, 60-year-old black women that are not married, haven't never been married, waiting for that good black man. Just saying. There's millions of men, ladies, in this country. White, Asian, Hispanic, and white people. How many different types of white people are there too in this world too? English, French, uh, Italian. I mean, seriously. I mean, there's too many men in this world for black women to be alone. And black women are the best option too. That's what drives me crazy. That's what I don't get. Ladies, you are the most loyal and get the worst outcome. Seriously. No one's more loyal to the men they love than black women. Seriously. Look, I've been married over 28 years to a black woman. I know. And I see black women doing this for the men in their lives. And a lot of these men don't deserve you, ladies. They don't. Yeah, don't be stuck on that race loyal stuff. Seriously. I never believed in race loyal anyway. It's stupid. I, I always I always thought black women were the best option. I always had love for black women. Even as a boy, I thought black women were amazing. Why would I just get with someone that looks like me? I mean, and look, women are beautiful, right? Of all races, they are. And naturally, men are attracted to women, and vice versa. But what I see in black women is the big heart they have, the loyalty, the spirituality, the emotions, and no woman can compete with that. Seriously. So why would I not want the best? And ladies, that's how we see you. And I'm not talking, that's how I see you, black women. I see the beauty you have, inside and out. You've always been my first choice and always will be because of you, the love you have, the big heart, the character you have. And why men in your community are too dumb to see it, I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe it's because they've had that blessing all their life that they can't even see it. Sometimes when you're blessed and you got something that's really good, you take it for granted. You don't see the blessing you have. You don't see the beautiful women within your community. But you know what I see? Click, share, and subscribe. Yes, please. But seriously, and look, ladies, you are the best option. So why not get the best option? Christian cafe for singles. And look, there's many ways to get to know people. I would say just be careful, ladies. Okay? Be careful, careful, careful. Black and white together. Yeah, we look, in my opinion, we need to just stop it. Get together, get married, and just and why not? And I've said this, and I tell black women, what do you got to lose? Seriously. Is that white guy so bad? We're not bad people. We're really not. There are racist white people, but then there are white people. We are not in the same. We're not the same. Just like there's black people that commit crime, and then there's black people. They're not the same thing. You know what I mean? But we have something that's put before us. We have a blessing, and we need to grab onto that blessing. We need to get together. We need to get married. We need to have families. We need to build up our community. I mean, we got the best marriages. We're leading the way. Isn't that ironic that the two groups that are less likely to get together are the most successful? The ones that are attacked the most when they do it are the most successful? We have different cultures, but we make it work. And I tell you, and they will try to scare you. They will say, well, you ain't going to be treated like white women are treated in the community. No, you'll be treated better. And think about it. You come first class when you come with the white man. You know why? Because the white man's the community. He's in charge of it. If this is my community, you're with me. Guess what? You're on the top of the top. And there ain't no Becky or Karen that's going to take that away. Serious. Now, maybe the other way, it's not so much because Becky don't lead the community. Well, she usually goes to the black community, but I mean, seriously, though. People have says, well, how about how the women treat the black woman? Well, I'm in charge. They're going to treat her good or they're going to get out. Just saying. There's nobody in my family that has ever disrespected my wife. Of course, they know better, but because and where I live with my family, the men lead it. We make the final decision. So if I decide to bring a black woman in my family and marry her, guess what? They got to. They don't have no say. They just got to live with it. If they don't like it, they keep their mouth shut. That's how it is. But anyway, let me put the link up here. If you guys want to come on, I wanted to do a video too, but I just didn't have the time. But look, I'm going to put this message out there. Get married. Do it. Have relationships. Get married. And look, and you know what's amazing? Is there a lot of white men that are traditional like me, men of faith, right? Guess what? There's a lot of black women of faith. I mean, we almost think alike. We're so much alike, it's not even funny. When I married my wife, it just look, I can't even explain it. And people said, how did you get through the marriage, the hard times and all that? You know what? It wasn't hard. Because when you're in love like that, you get through anything. Oh, hey, Afro Angelique. How's it going?
It's going pretty good, Brent. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just
You're dropping fire.
yeah. You know what, though? It needs to be said, though, because look, we're having success like crazy. And, you know, black women, the marriage within the community is low. And I'm thinking, what are these guys doing? I can't understand it. When you have women that are the most loyal, most loving, um, and you can only marry 27% of them, something's wrong. I just, I
Yeah,
mean, I didn't waste time when I met my wife. I married my wife, you know,
that's because you knew what you wanted
yeah,
and you were in a good space. See, what a lot of people don't realize is that if you're not healed and you divest, you're just gonna find the same man of a different color.
yeah. What
So
Yeah,
you just you keep you'll perpetuate the image, the mental notion that all men are like this, but they're not. It's just that you have to be in a place where you can recognize, and you hit when you heal yourself, there starts things that you start to recognize that you will no longer put up with, that you will no longer things that are just too foolishness, that you recognize and you let it go, and you let them people be out of your space.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's white dust out there. Look,
Oh,
hey,
I know. First, the first white guy I dated was Dust.
yeah,
Or somebody told me, what did he call him? A dirty cotton.
dirty. I haven't heard that before. A dirty cotton,
But
or
but yeah, but it's just because it's just, I mean, in particular, white men are at the top of the food chain. So if you're a white man and you cannot make your life work, then there's something inherently, if you can't make your life work and you're in the top of the food chain, there is something wrong.
yeah.
That's just for me. But
I'm going to have to agree with that.
because you should not, if you're on if you're technically on the top of the food chain and you can't find a job making the kind of money that you want, and you can't do the things that you want to do, it's either because you're lazy,
Mhm.
or you're so stuck in your negative cycle that you can't get out of it. So it's like you have to be, if you are a white man, there is no reason for you not to be successful in this life because you're on the
Well,
top of the food chain.
yeah, and you know what? We're not allowed excuses. Look, if I'm a failure, who's going to coddle me and say, you know what, poor white guy, God, they're treating you so bad. The man's just sticking it to you. No, they're going to say,
I mean, this is not to say
and,
that y'all don't take a lot. Y'all are getting it rough now, but it doesn't mean that you don't have more opportunities for. You don't have a reason not to be successful. That's all.
well, the thing of it is too is we're for the most part, I think we're just trained that failure is not. Look, I and I'm more traditional, so failure is not an option. And I was told as a young when I was young by my father, if your wife and kids are messed up, it's your fault. I never understood that. And I'm like, well, what if I did everything right? It's still your fault. And the reason is because you're the leader. And you don't have time to blame other people. You either fix it or you don't. And if it just is what it is. But you know, like I said, when we're blamed for stuff, sins of the past, that's not always a bad thing. I know people don't like hearing about slavery and stuff, and I don't either because I didn't participate. But when that's put on you, it can be a blessing. You know why? Because you're trying to constantly improve yourself. So you're going to have more success because you're working on yourself. If if it's never your fault, you can't fix it because it's not your fault.
Exactly. You have to take responsibility. Taking
Yeah.
responsibility is the first step into making your life right. Because
Yeah.
you can't keep blaming other people for the stuff that's going on in your life. You're either doing it or you're not. You can put forth effort or you're not. Because if you're blaming other people, then you will never succeed at anything.
Yeah. And and look, hey, and there are hard times. Just because you're a white guy don't mean you get it. The red carpet and things come to you in a silver platter. No, but you can work through it. I don't think anybody in our country can't be successful, regardless of your color or where you come from. If you put
Exactly.
forth the work, you can make it happen. Um,
Everybody has peaks and valleys. It's just a matter of what do you do when you're in your valley.
yeah,
Because
but
that will.
you know what, Afro Angelique, you know what I think is with men, what makes us successful are failures. You know what I think it is? I think it's faith and confidence. I think that's it in a nutshell, because I see men that are successful, and they weren't always successful, but they're always working. They always have that can do attitude, like, I'm going to make it through. I can do this. And then there's others like, oh, this sucks. I don't have it. My relationship's no good. And, she won't give me a chance. And, I can't get this job and they don't like me. And you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's,
that's what I call a professional victim,
yeah. And
because everybody is everything. Everybody's always leaving me. Everybody is always doing. It's just like, if they're not paying your bills, if they're not personally responsible for stuff that's going on in your life, if they're not, good family members, then why do you care what they think? Because somebody is always going to hate on you no matter what you do.
that's right.
You're always
Oh,
going to have a
I
hater.
think though.
yeah. Hey, Cake. Hey,
Hey,
I
I'm
Kate.
think
sorry.
I think
Okay.
the mentality
Sorry,
that
we
people have to
drowned you
come
out.
to. Hi, hi.
Hi. Sorry, Kay.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah, it is. Oh, can you hear me? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
I
say
can hear you.
it is that, but I think that people have to come to that somehow. I don't know what it is with all races of men, and black men missed out on this gene, but all races of men are naturally, they're hardwired to be providers and protectors and builders. For some reason, or somewhere along the line, black men lost that, or they gave it up, right? And I think it's something in within them that just said, "Oh well, who cares?" And my theory is that it's because they got more concerned with white women than black women, with other race of women, because that's been going on for way longer than we thought. And so, but at
Yeah.
the same time, because I understand, 'cause I'm going through it myself, right? Like, there are things that I'm working through that I have to heal, but I have to make that commitment to myself that I want better, and therefore I will
Mhm,
do the work. Otherwise, you're just
mhm.
not going to do the work, and
Yeah.
it's still on you. That's for sure. But for some reason, like with men, I think for some reason all other races of men are hardwired differently than black men are, and it's like you were saying before. Black women, the mammies that we call them, are not
Yeah.
helping the situation. It's actually
No.
deterring them for actually building up and being men. So
It,
it's a lot of things that people have to come to the point of, no, I want this for myself, and so I'm going to do it because it's interesting. You were talking earlier about, black men should marry black women. Well, there's a YouTuber in the manosphere who I don't like, but I watch some of his videos for interest, and apparently he has this dating thing for black people in the
Mhm.
whole diaspora. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. I mean, you should have started it 50. Men should have been doing that 50 years ago, but now all of a sudden he's interested in getting black men and black women together. I'm like, well, buddy, it's too late because black women are leaving in droves. So I'm like, good luck to you. Maybe it'll work. But black men have a lot to catch up on before they will even be at the standard that all other races of men are at, that black women would even want to stay. So yeah, I don't know what it is, but black men just missed the day that God was giving out that gene for men to want to be men, and that to me is a sad part.
um,
Well,
I'm gonna probably get hate for this, but because I am a person of character, I don't like. I can't deal with this. All people are this or all people are that, because it's not necessarily true. Because I know a lot of men. I know a lot of good black men that don't act like that, and it hurts my heart when we say all. But I know that there's just as many good men as there are bad men, and it's not, that's not to say that the same kind of man that you find in the black community that you won't find in the white community or the Hispanic community or the Asian community, because it boils down to this person's character. And right now, black men got a lot to do to work on their character, but there's a minuscule part of them. Some of them, they're very few and far between, that have their stuff together. And I'm never going to be a person that says all, because all lumps me in with stuff that don't necessarily apply to me. So that's where I am on that. But the thing about it is that if you don't heal yourself, you are going to find the same man in no matter what race you go to. And if you don't love yourself, you are going to fall for the BS, and you will not nip it in the bud in the beginning. Because I was giving somebody a chance, and they took a far left turn, and I nipped that in the bud immediately.
Good.
I
mean that's true. I mean I'm yeah. I've never been a woman to say only black men, right? So I get that, right? I have to heal myself to find a good man. Very true. And so obviously we know that the bad men come in all races because who are known as the biggest biggest serial killers, right? The whole Me Too the movement against sexual harassment was started because white men were harassing white women and other women, but white women and in the workplace and at home and everything like that. So white women finally stood up and said, enough, we're not taking this anymore. So that's when it came to light. So I don't know where this illusion comes from that white men or any other race of man is better, right? And I was under the illusion that black men maybe didn't do this, but now my eyes are open. So now I know it's all men do it. But the sad part is that as a collective, the reason why I don't stand up for the not all, I don't say, well, not all black men, is because as a collective, black men are dropping the ball. And this is around the world, right? Tell me one place, one country where black men are holding it down. They're like, okay, we're protecting our women. We are building and we're providing and we're doing these things so that black people from around the world can come here and find a safe haven. And then I will say not all. But from my understanding, again, this may be something I'm not aware of. Maybe I need to learn something. But from my understanding, there is nowhere in the world where black men rule, quote unquote, that's not in poverty, that's not under the abundance line, basically, as far as the rest of the world goes. In other words, there's no black male ruled country that's actually competitive in the world so that black people can benefit. So that's why I say, well, I don't say all either. Obviously, there are good black men, but I'm not willing to go that route because overall, as a collective, black men are not standing up to are not reaching the standards that all men are reaching. So
this is true.
Yeah, I get that.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And that's what bothers me. So, but you're absolutely right. You have to vet men, whatever race they are.
Oh yeah.
And
Alexander,
you have to heal yourself first.
Because if you don't heal yourself, you're going to keep repeating the same thing over and over again.
Yeah. Thanks, Alexander.
Yes, you are.
Alexander says, "Hi everyone. I didn't know that you were live." Yeah, I went live right after work. Oh my God! Put the other picture back, please. Yeah, I went live after work. I got home a little bit late, but I wanted to get this live in there. But thanks for the super chat, Alexander. Hurry up and get monetized so I could throw you some cash. But thank you. I appreciate that so much. KD, welcome.
Hey, friends.
How's it going?
Hello.
Hi, Afro. Hi.
How you going?
Good to see
Hello.
you.
It's been a long time. It's been 2 years I've been on here.
I know. My lives have been kind of sporadic here and there. So
Okay, it's not been 2 years. I'm exaggerating.
Yeah.
Look, 'tis the season to be busy. So
Yeah. Hey, I like. What you ladies were saying is right. Not all. We can never say all. That would be stupid. But
we can't say most.
Yeah, you can. But looking at the numbers,
the majority.
My point is we have marriage that's leading the way with black women, white men.
Mhm.
And amazing things are happening. And going from what we're seeing and how we connect with each other and how our relationships are being successful, why don't we all get married? I'm just saying. I'm just,
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I would love
that's
to
my
get
thought.
married.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Katie is gonna get
Once
married.
we're
It's for her
healed,
ring.
we could find the right
I'll
people. We
marry
can
you.
find the right people for each of us. Definitely.
The thing is that we also have to learn how to filter because not everybody is who they present themselves to be.
Oh,
And
you don't
True.
say.
yeah, Brent, you know exactly what I'm talking
Yeah,
about
I
because he
know.
had a lot of people fooled. But
No, I'm not filtering nothing.
What's that? Well, yeah, I
I'm
was
not
full.
filtering anything. I'm ripping that band-aid off. I don't care if you crying. I want you to cry. I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
but
Well,
some people are not grown up, and some people will never. It's funny to me that there are some people out there that will never grow up. They will be a child when they're 60 years old.
yeah,
And
Mm-hmm.
so,
hey, let me make this point. If you're a man on this channel and you disrespect any of these ladies, you're gone because that is unacceptable as men. Whether ladies like you or not, you respect them. Whether they reject you or not, you give them love and respect. That's what you're supposed to do as a man. And when you do that, you'll find that woman that will be there, that will love you, and you'll have what you want in life. But when you disrespect people because they don't give you what you want or say the things you want them to say, you're going nowhere fast, and you're going to be a failure. And
mhm.
look, and if you want to be married and be a husband, you better have that you better have that can-do attitude. You better have some confidence. You better pull your head out of your butt, and you better, because a leader leads. You know, and if you're the father, right? Your wife and your children are dependent on you as a man, the head of the household, to make the right decision, to lead. And what that means is you sacrifice, you put them first, but you always have a sense of hope. You have faith, you have confidence. Because if you don't, your whole family's going to fall apart.
Mhm.
And anytime a man's in a leadership position, he's got to have confidence. Think about it. And if think about like the military, if you're in the army or the Marines and you're in a battle and you're leading the way and horrible things are happening around you, if you sit there and start complaining and whining, you're all going to die. I'm just saying. Um, and that's an extreme example to being a father, but it's the same concept. Being a husband, same concept. You got to have your act together. You better project some confidence. Look, we hit hard times. We have our sad times. We get down. Life is about success and failure all the time. We rise and fall. But as a man, you need to pick yourself up out of the mud, move forward, or
Yeah.
else.
And if you have a miscommunication, don't go to the internet and blast people when you haven't even had a conversation about what you misunderstood. You
Yeah,
should communication is key. You have to communicate with people because if somebody says something and you misunderstand it, you need to have a conversation about it because it could be something that it's just something you have a mental block on and you need to have a
Mm-hmm.
conversation about it because it may not actually be what you think it is.
yeah.
True.
Um, Alexander, thank you again, sir. Thanks for telling me about. Yeah, was doing. You didn't know. I didn't know either. I thought he was a good guy. Look, he came on the show. We had a good conversation. I thought he was an okay guy. I thought, hey, this guy's cool. Yeah, come back.
Did I?
And then harassing the ladies in the channel. I can't have that. That's unacceptable. I mean, we value women over here. I mean, we uplift black women. We don't treat them like crap because they're not doing what we want them to do. That's not how it works. Um, but yeah, I found out like you, Alexander. I thought he was a good guy, and
And then he hijacked the show talking about himself.
yeah. Oh God! And then I had to stop him because it turned into his therapy session, and I'm like, oh my God, it's not about you.
Everybody in the chat was, "It's not about you."
But yeah, but I understand and see. I tried to be nice because I know sometimes, hey, we're human, right? We all go through some things.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, when you're jealous like that, and it's just like,
People will always reveal themselves. If you give them enough rope, they will.
Yeah.
And give them enough space, they will reveal themselves. That's why I fell back. Because it only took him 4 days to reveal himself.
Well, and he was so jealous. Oh my goodness. Wow. I just, you know what?
Vindictive.
Yeah. But what he went through, all of us as men go through. I've had women reject me for another guy. It just, look, that's life. But you know what? I can function because you know what? I can pull myself up and compete.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about.
You gotta have a thick skin in this world. You have to know who to let in and who not to let in. So
you gotta
have an open heart with a light armor around it.
Yeah. We protect women here, yes. And even the ones that aren't attracted to us. I hate that. You know, that is just so feminine. Getting mad at women because they don't like you. Like, what is that? I mean, gosh.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, that's life.
It's kind of not everybody's gonna like you.
But you know what's nice about it though? When you find that one that does love you, it makes it all worth the fight. It makes it worth it. It makes you appreciate it more too. You ever think that rejection, there's a purpose for rejection? To make you see what you really got? To make you appreciate that lady that's in your life? I'm just saying. Because if everybody loved you and threw themselves at you, you wouldn't appreciate it, would you? And look, we all get rejected. You know, Brad Pitt, I'm sure, has been rejected in his life too. Maybe not so much, but hey, you know, us average guys, we have to deal with rejection a little bit more, and that's okay. It makes us better men. It's a good thing. Rejection is, look,
it's part of life.
We don't like it, but it's part of life. And you know what? We need it. It makes us better. It makes us improve. It makes us, you know, and that's why men need to compete because, you know, it makes us better men. It makes us learn what's that other guy doing right that I need to be doing.
But you have to be mature enough to actually want to know that you need help and to have change because that particular person was like, I don't need help. Y'all keep telling me to heal. I don't need to heal.
Yeah.
If you say you don't need to heal and you have
everyone needs to heal.
Everybody is on a constant healing cycle. Just because you heal from this particular thing doesn't mean that you haven't gotten some new trauma that you need to heal from. We are on a consistent healing cycle.
Exactly.
Alexander, I would love to come up, but I did a live today, so I'll be watching. Okay, yeah, that's your choice. You could come up anytime, brother. I thank you for the super chats, though. You don't have to do that. I appreciate it, though.
Hey, Mark.
But yeah, hey, Mark, how's it going?
It's his.
Yeah. But anyway,
What are
let's
you talking about?
what's that?
What's the main topic about?
Oh, why
Oh,
black women and white men should get married,
yeah.
Mhm.
which we should. I think it's an awesome thing.
Yeah, I think here, in my opinion, looking at the numbers, looking at what's going on, I think more black women and white men should get married. I
Yeah.
do.
I
I think it
I
would,
definitely think. Yeah.
and I'm not saying
Uh,
all because it's an individual thing, but I think the numbers need to grow more.
I definitely think it should be a conversation that people should start looking and exploring and healing and um well, I like what you say to get to know each other because I do
Hmm.
feel like I was surprised by that stat too. That stat
Yeah,
was that the black woman and white men are the most successful marriage. So there is something to it. I don't want like every white man and every black woman to just start marrying each other willy nilly or
yeah, and
randomly because that
yeah.
would probably be a disaster. But yeah, but
Don't don't just
as far as us coming together and seeing
eh,
what we can work out, I'm definitely open.
yeah, yeah, guys. Don't go to the mall and see a black woman say, "Hey, baby, let's get married." It's not going to work
Right.
out for you.
That would not be good.
That would, yeah,
Let's take it
that would
slow.
make me run away. Be like,
Yeah,
you're special.
Exactly.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
let's say that yeah, white men should start asking black women out more, and black women
Oh
Yes,
should start
yeah,
being more open to dating
yeah,
and getting to know
yes.
white men, white and other non-black men, basically.
yeah. I agree. We
We they should,
So,
look. We should all work on being great friends because what if you marry your best friend? How great is that?
mm, yeah.
mhm.
And I would say me and my wife are best friends. I mean, I love my wife, but I love being with my wife. I love spending time with my wife. I love just being with her, talking to her. Um,
I
oh
mean, you gotta like the
Yeah,
person you marry.
yeah. Oh, KD fell
yeah,
off. I'll
definitely.
put the thing up there. Um, but yeah, I think we should get together more often. You know, and the collective black women and white men. We should because there a lot of great relationships are happening. And if you look at it
Hmm.
from people in the everyday world, all economic areas, we're finding success. Everyday people are getting married, black women, white men. And then you see celebrities doing it, having success.
Yeah,
Look at uh, Serena and her husband. Look at Eve and her billionaire husband.
Shoot,
I mean,
both of them got billionaire husbands.
well, yeah, they do. But Eve, her husband's really rich. He's yeah.
Look, okay, so
But they're all rich. I mean, they all got yeah.
yeah,
But it
but
don't just go into the economics. It's in everyday life.
now, Brent, can I tell you? I just want to say thank you because you have brought some great people into my life, and you've introduced me into the open mindedness of white men, and so I've started talking to more white men, and I have white men friends. We're not
Mhm.
Nothing's going anywhere at this point, but it's just friendships at this point, and it's refreshing the kind of conversations that I have now. It's not all negativity. It's not all about racial stuff. It's so
Yeah.
refreshing. I cannot even tell
hmm
you. Um, so it's I just want to say thank you because I would have never stepped out of my comfort zone to to speak with a white man if it had not been for this channel.
Well, the amazing thing is that we get to know each other, and we find out we're people, and a lot of stuff we have in
hmm
common. We can have great relationships, and like you said, it don't have to be racial. It don't have to be. You know what I mean? I mean,
Hmm.
we both know we're different, right?
Yeah,
You ain't going to get rid of that, but that can be a positive and not a negative. You know, but hey,
yeah. The
beautiful,
conversation is different. Ooh, so beautiful, Mercy. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
beautiful Mercy. Hey, how's it going? Hello.
Brent, I'm gonna get off. I'm going to bed, but I just want to
Okay.
say thank you for your channel because it's nice to hear positive things being spoken about Black women, honestly, and about the possibilities we have and about the good things about us, basically.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks. Um, and thanks for coming on. I know
Yeah,
it's
you're welcome.
late. And KD, hey, thanks for coming on,
Yeah,
young
it's late.
lady.
I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12:30
Thank
over
you.
here.
I will
Yeah.
be back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You're always
exactly.
welcome.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yeah.
Beautiful Mercy. How's it going? Can you hear me? Uh,
Yeah.
your
Can you hear
microphone's.
me?
Yeah, yeah. How are you doing?
Yes, blessings. How is everyone? Happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays.
Oh yeah, happy Thanksgiving, and yeah, good to have you on the live.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the conversation and the women and men in the conversation is just always so lively. And it is. It's just so wonderful to tune into the show and hear great things about Black women, but also a statistical standpoint of how Black women and white men are becoming successful. They've always been successful as a couple. So that's just beautiful. That's just beautiful. It's just more encouraging, and you got to hear it more and more, and then it manifests. Like I believe this show can manifest a good
Oh yeah,
husband for you. Amen.
yeah. I think so. We get to know each other. We'll find out. Look, I when I started dating black women, I always thought, oh God, they're going to hate me. I'm not going to have a chance. And you find out, you know what? Some like you and some don't. And the ones that do, it was a beautiful thing. And I tell people, get to know each other. You might find someone that really loves you, that you love, that looks different than you. And nothing wrong with that. That's a beautiful thing. We need more of that in this world anyway. We've been divided by race and stereotypes and all this garbage forever. So I mean, yeah, get together and look, we're finding marriages with black women, white men are the most successful, and that's a beautiful thing. Um, there's haters that want to destroy that, but you can't destroy a blessing. You can't.
Wow, you can't destroy a blessing. I never looked at it like that.
Yeah,
Wow, that's really good.
Hmm.
yeah,
That's really good.
Look, you and nobody can steal your joy unless you let them.
that's right.
Mm, I heard
Only
that.
you got a blessing. The only one that can get rid of it is you, and don't let them talk you into throwing away that blessing. And I know a lot of black women and white men that tell me they wish they would have gave that other person a chance. They're heartbroken today, and this is many people. Look, people have been trying to interracially date and marry forever, and those of us that go through it, we're finding blessings. Not every relationship works, but for the most part, we're doing pretty good. In fact, we lead the way statistically. Um, but people write me all the time and say, you know what? I knew this black woman. I wish I would have stayed with her. She really loved me, but I thought it would be best because of society. And the same thing I get from black women that say that too. And I'm like, you guys threw away a blessing you had. You threw away something that was beautiful and special because you were worried about what other people thought. You were worried about society instead of your best interest. And you missed out on a blessing. You missed out on love. Um, and it's sad.
Woo, Jesus. Let me tell you something. I went to an interracial school, and I wish I would have had that boldness then. Amen. 'Cause, when you say, I have a friend of mine, well, not a friend, but an associate from school, and she's still married to this day. They grew up in elementary school. I was bused. So we all
Uh,
grew up with each other since kindergarten. And when you do stuff like that, you really do not see race. I don't know. Hopefully, as an adult, you can get to that point. But as a child, all you know is that's my best friend. And I had little white friends, and I just really wish I had some of them to this day. I really wish we could have stayed in touch. I work in a high school where the white kids and the black kids are brother and sister because they grew up together since elementary, and it's
yeah,
just, you could end up missing out on the one. I personally started listening to this channel because the hurt and pain that black men afflict on black women. It's just I don't know if it's a cultural thing, um, but I believe a lot of black women are looking for a way out because even if you watch like just different things on YouTube and TikTok or whatever or
yeah,
Instagram, and it's actually been in a conversation amongst even non-social media like more mainstream television shows. You'll hear Vivica Fox say, let somebody love you. Learn to date
yeah.
outside the race. Like you keep hearing people saying that because the way that black women is treated is so deplorable. It's
It
so deplorable.
it is, and you know what? And I tell black women, I say, gosh, I know I probably sound like a broken record because I keep saying it, but black women are the better option. They're the best option, and from what I've seen, and my life reflects it. Look, I'm going to hit 30 years soon in marriage. And you know what? It's not unusual. I'm not the only one. I talk to a lot of women that have, or a lot of guys married to black women, and, their marriages are lasted forever. I mean, many years. Black women, you know, they email me, white guys, and they say, you're right. And white men say exactly the same thing I'm saying.
Do
I
they
mean, huh?
do they really? What do they be saying?
That are married? Oh yeah, they say that their wives are a blessing, that they're in love. I mean that. Yeah, talk to some white men that are married to black women. Serious, they'll tell you. Look, that's why our marriages last longest because we know we have a good thing. We, and
You
we're going to compete for the black woman. We're going to do it. Look,
you think it makes marriage last longer because the white male has more opportunities in America? It's like less of a struggle for him to live.
I
Is it the way? No, that's one point. And is it because you had to kind of like be more of a hunter to get that black woman? You know what I mean? Like you have
yeah,
to do a little bit more on your P's and Q's because I'm not saying all black men, but even good dudes, they have their moments where they just treat a black woman horribly. So, and I know so many beautiful black women, people that are lawyers,
hmm
people that have great, great jobs, and they're sitting around going unmarried, and they want babies, and time has ticked or is ticking. So I just don't comprehend like why. If we have a black man on, maybe we can speak why they're letting these beautiful black women go to waste, and why do y'all say such horrible things about us? Just
yeah.
leave.
You know what? It to answer your question, why the marriages last, the hunter thing.
Mhm.
Well, I think that's part of it. Um, but sometimes you want something you can't have. That's part of it. And when you get a compliment from a black woman, it means a lot more than from a white woman. It really does because it in your mind, and this is psychological. if a white woman is attracted to you and you're a white man, it's like, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be, right? But if a black woman's attracted to you, it means a lot because you think in your mind, she likes me even though I'm a white guy, right? And that might not have nothing to do with it. She just likes you, right? But psychologically, it has a lot of meaning. And then we see how black women, treat black men, how they're always defending them, always trying to lift them up. And, we could see the love there. And when we see that, we want that for us. Not necessarily defending us. I don't want women defending me. But what I want is someone that loves me that's going to put her heart and soul into the relationship. But yeah, it's the hunter thing. It's the, you know, wanting something you can't have, sort of say. And, we're different. Opposites attract also. There's a lot of things. But when we get together, I think we appreciate each other more than other groups of men and women because we've had to fight for that. We've had to get out of the comfort zone. For me to marry a black woman, I had to get out of my comfort zone. I had to date, right? I had to go through rejection. I had to go through it. I had to get the courage to talk to her. I had to prove myself. And then I had to take flack from, my so-called community and then the black community, people that didn't like it on that side. So when you put in all that work and go through that, you get to the point, nobody's stopping me. Nobody. And I think black women and white men, they get to a point, hey, this is what we want. We're going to make it happen and nobody's stopping us.
Okay.
Divorce is not an option.
Yeah.
I think a lot of white men are just different. Y'all are just different.
Yeah, we're different.
We come from a different cloth because the kind of conversations that I have, the kind of like, I don't even have to be in the same state as somebody for them to feel protective over me. That is just like amazing.
What do you mean?
So, like, I had a situation, and I have a friend that's all the way across the country, and they took that person that was harassing me, and they took all the phone number information, and they called them up and told them to stop harassing me. This is not things that a black man would do for me. I have never known a black man to kind of do that kind of thing for me. So even though I'm not even nowhere near them, they took it upon themselves to try to protect me. So for me, that's completely and totally different. And we're not dating. We don't even talk all the time. It's just occasionally. But because I was put in a situation that I was not safe, he did what he could to try to make me safe.
Without wanting anything in return.
Correct.
That's awesome. Hey, I want to address this question because people ask me this. I have a question for you. Can you do an interview with Cynthia G? I don't think that'll ever happen. Not saying I won't. I'll talk to anybody. She would be glad to hear your point of view. Would she? I don't know. You can reach a lot of look. I don't know. We're kind of different. I know she goes in the BS that black men are doing, and I do too. But I'm for interracial marriage and relationships. I don't think she's really into that like that. I think she's into black women getting the best option, but I don't know how that would work. I mean, I don't even know if she would even entertain that. But I mean, I'd talk to anybody, but I mean, and it's so much a huge channel to a small channel too. It's like I don't know, but I would talk to anybody. I mean, but
Can I say
anyway,
something? What
huh?
what made you so bold to start this channel? Like, why? Because I feel like it's one thing to talk about interracial marriages work. It's another thing to be like a ministry of it. Because when you do it as a ministry, then Christ is the center, and you get a lot of good results out of the conversation. So, what made you want to start it? Is it because you went through so much?
Um. Well, originally I wanted to start the channel. I wanted to see. I I would watch YouTube, right? Because it was entertaining, a thing to do, and I saw I was going through and I saw some divestment channels, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. The, and black women were talking, about what's going on, and I was like, well, I kind of get it in a way. And then I started hearing Pink Pill talk about her relationship, and then Cohen talking about black women. I'm like, wow, another guy that's into black women like I am. That's great. Um, and then I thought, well, you know what? I could talk about this. Let me share my story, how I feel about black women. I love black women. I'm married to a black woman. So, and I seen these interracial relationship channels, and I'm like, oh, I could do that. But when I started, my wife was like, she's like, no, I'm not into that, but you go ahead. And so I said, okay. So I started making little videos and talking about black women, and I talk about my marriage, and you know and
Mhm.
just expressing what I feel. And I would get feedback. People would show me some love. And I thought, great, people believe like I do, and people are giving me awesome comments, and you feed off that. It was a positive thing, and I got addicted to that, and I go in the back room, make a video. I started with my cell phone, then I bought a GoPro, and then later on I started doing live shows, um and then it went from sharing my interracial marriage in life to it kind of evolved into talking about black women, trying to protect black women, trying to speak up for, you know, what's going on, and telling people, look, black women, white men, we're successful. We could do this. This is a beautiful thing. And, and then I just got wrapped up in it because I see how black women are run through the mud. And then I feel I got to say something about it because it's not right. And so that's kind of where it went. But now I feel there's a purpose because there's good people, black women and white men, that would make you know a great marriage, that are awesome people, that aren't getting together because of the stereotypes, because of the racial barriers. And to me, we need to get away from that and open it up, because black women are so valuable, and I see it so much, and I've seen it through my life, and even just talking to my wife and the women in her family, what they go through. And I'm like, why are black women being treated so bad and getting the worst result when it comes to marriage, but they're the best option? And it's not just that I feel this way, it's true. You could look at the numbers. The most educated group are black women. The most entrepreneur are black women. The most loyal woman is a black woman. The most loving women are black women. So I don't know. I just feel a drive to just talk about this. To just and
That's like your burden. Like when you say God
yeah,
just gave you a burden to speak on something, so that's like your drive. Because when people would probably say like the most educated are black women, they'd be like, no, they're not. White women are, like, and then they'll be like, oh, most loyal, most loving. Like, they'll say so many things, but it's good
Hmm.
that you have your numbers and that you can substantiate like what you're saying.
Yeah, and another thing, I don't like seeing black women with low self-esteem. To me, that's they got so much value and beauty to them. I mean, none of them should be feeling down. I'm just saying. And I just think when they get together with the right man, they just flourish. Black women in the right situation can not be stopped.
Mhm. I
Really.
think I think that we make a lot of decisions based off of fear. So that's just like people didn't have the relationships they wanted to have because of fear, and they listen to fear based advice. And when you start listening to things that goes against your instincts, because we have to learn how to listen to our instincts because they're usually right. So when we start listening to our instincts and stop making fear-based decisions and other people's fear-based decisions, we're a lot happier.
Yeah. And I think a lot of times black women are living for their community, and the men in the community, they're giving it their all, and they're getting shortchanged. And I know people hate me saying that, and they think that I'm just bashing black men. No, I'm not. I wish black women were married 90% in their community. I do. I don't want to see anybody alone. Re- Regardless of the racial group, nobody should be alone. If you want to be married, you should have that. Every individual should have that. You know, I think it's a shame that there's women that have poured their heart and soul in a group of men and don't end up getting married. To me, that's unacceptable. That's not right.
And we have to stop. We have to stop being afraid, and we have to stop listening to people that don't know.
Yeah,
Because white men like black women,
we do. Yes.
and black and white men find our sassy to be funny. If you have a black man and you give him a little toot, he get a toot.
Oh my
You have
God.
a white man, you give him a little toot, he laughs. I don't know what that is, but maybe you can explain it. But that's a whole that's a whole different experience.
Yeah. You know what? This is one thing I see that people say uh black women are, how do they say that? They'll 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 say black women, you know, are emotional. They might get loud, uh, but what I see in it, and this is a beautiful thing, that black women have so much passion, and they're not loud. It's just they believe in what they're saying, and that passion could be transformed into love, to where, and I think that's why black women have such a big heart. They're passionate in how they feel, and they have a lot of emotions, and that's good. I mean, love is an emotion, right? And I just think there's just something special about that, where people will see that as a negative. I see that as a positive. um and I think people misunderstand that, you know and and another thing, black women are, you show them a little love, you're going to get it back. Black women are pretty reasonable. They really are. And I would say to white men or non-black men that if you're thinking of dating black women, you know, y- the black women are pretty reasonable. They're pretty understanding. If you come to them with love and respect, and she has some attraction for you, it's going to go a long way. It really is. Um, and I think people don't realize that. They think black women are just going to kick you to the curb and just tell you what they think. And they're not like that at all, unless you come at them in the wrong way. But I mean, if you come with love and respect, she's going to treat you pretty well. Actually, being around black women, they're more easygoing. They're more fun to be around. I don't know what it is. Look, I can talk to black women all day. I have friends at work. It just I just like talking to them. I like being around them. They're pleasant, and I don't have to date them to you know love having them around. But that's how black women are, and if you you know, tap into them and get to know them, you'll find they're wonderful friends. And if you have a relationship, I mean, they're beautiful to date and marry. I'm just saying, you can't go wrong with black women. You really can't. You know, and and there's other women too that are great. So I know somebody's going come at me with that. Well, other women are good too. I didn't say they weren't. I'm just saying that's you know where my heart is, and the reason is because of black women. How black women carry themselves, how they and when a black woman touches your heart, and I tell men this, you're not going nowhere. You're stuck with black women forever, and not because you don't want to, because it's not that you have a choice. You just want that's all you're going to want. I'm just saying.
Yeah, because even when white men get divorced from black women, they still go date other black women.
They do. Yes, they do. Most look.
I hate to say it, but once you go black, you never go back.
Yeah, that's true. Now I don't know about white women and black men, but but in our case, we don't. And look, if my wife wasn't here, God forbid, I would look for a black woman. I'm just saying. And it's not that I don't like other women. It's just my heart's with black women. It always has been and always will be.
And we are with you.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. But seriously, and you know why? Black women have shown me the most love than any other group of women ever. And I haven't I didn't grow up around black people. I mean, there were black people in my neighborhoods, and I did have black friends growing up, but they were a minority of people where I live. But the black women I was around, I fell in love with. And how I felt love was the kind of women they were, the character they had, the love they had. And from a boy to a man. And it wasn't all romantic relationships. It was just friendship and women that just cared for you. That's what black women do.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, now please, anybody chip in. I'm not being disrespectful.
Uh-huh.
Where I work now as an adult, I work in a place where the kids they all grew up together.
Uh-huh.
Um, Black, white, Asian, whatever we have in the school, they all grew up together. So they even tell racial jokes to each other. I'll be like, why are you guys saying stuff like that? They're so so having said that though, but I just noticed like with the okay, this is the difference. With the white staff, it's not that they're not nice because they are or patient or sharing or anything, but you just feel a distance. Like we're cool, not cool. You know what I mean? Like we're cool till cool. But you see with them how they, gravitate to each other and share a different level of relationship. Does that make sense? Whereas with white people, it's like we're cool, not cool. It's like you can see that they could flip on you. You know what I mean? Like we're cool, not cool. What is it? Are they just not so much scared of blacks, but is it like you have to be a certain way to get in with them? Does anybody have had that
What
experience?
What do you mean with black women, white men?
Well, no, I'm just asking. I'm asking about just white people in general and how they relate because
Oh,
socially,
how they deal with black people?
yeah, just socially,
Oh,
there's social,
socially, just dealing
there's
with each other.
yes, there's social norms because I know when I talk to the white kids, they'll come out and say they be like, "Girl, I know how to cook." They be like, my friends, I go around their house. I guess they be like you did, and you notice a difference, and so you may like the difference, the cultural difference. Maybe it's more communal or more open or more ingratiating. Whereas in their own cultures, that not that they don't like the white culture, but maybe it's not as open, maybe it's not as warm, maybe it's not as communal. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I
Uh-huh.
noticed that even with my white coworkers, they're cool, but it's like cool, not cool. You know what I mean? It's like, we cool, but not cool. You know what I mean? It's like,
Like
being
they
being polite,
say that again, ma'am.
like they're just being polite because they have to be.
Yeah, yeah, like we're being polite, and they may, they'll talk whatever, but like, it, it,
They're
it's
not interested in getting to know you outside of work.
yeah, that, and then also like, yeah, I see with them, they're more cool with each other. Then I don't see them. We don't have that many black staff, but I don't see them like ingratiating with them outside of work. And they may even do a little cocktail happy hour thing, but it's like we're cool, not cool. Like they
I
know how to be real smiley in your face without giving their heart. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think I think what that is, and look, white people, we're so different. We're not all alike. We are, look, even people in my family, we're so different. I think what that is, I think it's maybe a comfort thing. I don't think it's that they just put on a smiley face and don't want nothing to do with you. I think a lot of times they don't know what to do. It's like maybe they don't know how you'd react to them. Um, I think there's, but I would have to know them specifically to see what what they want and why they're not. Maybe they're just not comfortable around black people, and it's not that they don't like them. It's just they don't know what to do. They're kind of unsure. I think a lot of times that happens. Um, I remember when me and my wife before we got married and she got to meet the family. It was like a how can I say? It was like an awkward thing. It wasn't that they didn't approve of her. It was like they didn't know how to act or what to say. It was like they got to know my wife, and it's like they had to give her a heartwarming black story.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
If
I
know.
you know
have
what I
black
mean.
friends.
Yeah,
I have a
well,
black friend story.
or it was like, you know, I remember my uncle told my wife, yeah, back when I was in the army, me and this black guy, we were good friends, and we looked out for each other, and then somebody would, and I'm just like, and my wife, it was funny because afterwards she looked at me and says, "Is anybody else going to give me a heartwarming black story?" I said, "Yeah, it's coming." But see,
Oh, that's so funny.
it was their way of saying, uh, we accept you in the family. It was their way of trying to make my wife feel comfortable. Even though it was weird as hell and they didn't have to say that stuff, it just, I think a lot of times white people, we just don't know how to express ourselves when it comes to black people. I don't know what it is. I think we got to prove to them that we accept them and we're not racist and we really love you. But
If
I think that's what it is because to
that
me, I didn't fall into that. I was I was dating black women. I didn't have to tell her that I'm interested. I'm with you. I'm going to marry you. I didn't have to explain how I love you. But it's weird that my family did. But that was their way of trying to make her feel comfortable. Like, hey, we accept you. Welcome to the family. And with white people, if they talk to you that way, they give you a heartwarming story. Uh, it's their way of saying, you know what, we accept you. Welcome to the family. Now, if they start saying, well, you're a good couple, but what does your parents think? What do you think society would think? How are you going to deal with the kids? When they start talking like that, it's a way of saying, look, I don't approve of what you're doing, but I'm being nice to you. Uh,
a, a lot of white people don't know how to interact with black people because they generally don't have they that hasn't been their experience most of their life to actually
yeah,
deal with black
yeah,
people.
and they haven't been around black people that much, and that's why. And another thing I tell people, if you're going to interracially date, go to a community with black and white people that live together, because you get to
Amen.
know each other. You feel more comfortable. Um, but yeah, I think what you were saying about them smiling, but kind of cool, but not cool. I think it's a barrier that they don't know what to do. They don't know how to act around you or how to. And maybe they would love to be friends with you, but they just don't know. They're unsure. Um,
Because they may not be sure what they can say and whether or not you'll take it the wrong way. And it's just like pins and needles and eggshells. And until they feel like
yeah,
comfortable, it's just going to take time.
Why do you think European men are more easy to date black women? Because you'll see a European man date and marry a black woman in a heartbeat.
you know why? I'll tell you
Mhm.
why. It's very simple. Um, because in America we got this thing called history and slavery and all that. Not this. They did it in Europe too, but it's more in your face in America. I think, even though it's brought up so much, I think with European men they don't have that, and it goes the same way. If you're a white man dating a woman from Africa or other countries, it's easier to date them because they don't have that what we got in America. You might say. I think that's what it is. And not to say black women are blaming white men over and over that are living today for that, but it's there. And I know black people feel a certain way about it, and white people, we don't know what to say about it or how to even, and we're sitting here soiled in guilt of something we didn't do. And then some black people are mad because white people did this to black people, and we're kind of stuck in this rut. Like, what do we do? How do it's, I think with Europe, it's different. They don't have that barrier. It's like, okay, you're black, you're beautiful, let's do this. Um, with, but here it's like, okay, I want to get with you, but let me show you I'm not this, I'm not racist, and I'm not a fetishizer. But I think that's what it is. I mean, but I mean, you can navigate through that. You just got to get out of your comfort zone and just go for it. And you know what? When they ask you about that, just tell the truth, how you feel, and and just be kind and compassionate. That's all you can do. But I think that's why it's easier to go to Europe. And like I said, it'd be easier, I think, for white people to do it in Europe with Europeans too, whether they be black Europeans or black women from Africa or other parts. I just think they don't have that barrier that we do in the United States. But
No,
I mean,
and
interracial marriages are growing left and right, so we're getting through it. We're working it out, and we're finding a blessing.
that's great. I agree. I agree. Oh, now I want to ask you this part because you placed into it. So, because you don't want to just marry any any white man. Like, how do you? Well, I guess that's with anything. How do you decipher if, like, you know,
Whether he's the right one.
yeah, because Christ has to be working in him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
Not just he goes to church, because that means nothing.
yeah, you're right, because uh people are doing some freaky stuff in the church. I'm just going to say it.
Yes, they are.
Um, yeah, I mean that don't make them pure and holy. No. Um, there's things you can do. Look, when you're dating, and I always tell women to find out what the guy's about. Listen to him, let him talk. A lot
Mhm.
of times they'll tell on themselves. Okay,
They
and then
will.
another thing. Um, you can ask him how he feels about marriage and relationships and commitment, and does he want to bring you to meet his family? This is something I tell people: get to know his family. Okay, and I would vet this way when I was dating. If the black woman would not bring me home to meet her family, I cut it off. I didn't have nothing to do with her. And some people would say, well, okay, this is back in the 80s and 90s. I mean, it was different. Her dad would probably flip out. But I felt if you care about me, you're going to bring me around your family, friends, and everything. You're going to be happy to be with me. You're not going to have no shame. And I would tell women do that. Is he going to bring you home to meet his family? Because usually, and not always, but usually a man that wants a relationship wants you to meet his family. And, you know, and you could tell about how the guy is. How is his father? How does his father treat his mother? How is their family situation? Because a lot of times our children end up being like us. Um, and if you want a family, get to know his family. How does he feel about you coming around his family? Or is it a big deal or not? Because if it ain't a big deal, then he's probably not interested in having you in his family. He's probably just wants to be with you to have fun for the time. He wants that short time relationship. I mean, there's things you can do. Um, how does his family treat you, and is he protective? I don't know, but how does he feel about family, and how often does he want to see you too? Um, and look, I was working 3 jobs when I met my wife, but I seen her just about every day. I made time for my wife, even though I didn't have time. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Hmm.
Right.
Is
Actions
he?
over lip service, because somebody can tell you they love you all day, but if they don't do the small things that show that they love you, then that's just lip service.
Yeah. And another thing, when you go on a date, does he pay for everything? I tell my daughters, I said, if you ever go on a date and you have to pay for it, kick him to the curb and never talk to him again.
No, some young women feel like, why I gotta be like that? But the truth is, when a man is really after you, that's just something that he does. And he's
Yeah.
really like into you. And if you're like, well, what if he doesn't have the money? I'm trying to understand why he asked you out on a date. Now, if he got you on a date, and he was short a couple of dollars, maybe. I don't
Yeah.
even give. I think women give so much
I
excuses for men, and when we do the excuses, we don't allow them to be the full man that they are
you know
because we're
what?
mothering them.
Yeah, you know what? When I dated my wife, if I didn't have enough money, we didn't go on that date. Or I would hang out with her at the park or so. I would make sure I had the money to do it. She wasn't paying nothing. And look, I was raised that way. Um, and if my dad found out that I went on a date with a woman and she paid, he would have choked me because I didn't teach you that way. You don't do that. Um, it just and think about it. If you're having to pay for part of the date while you're dating them, just think when you get married, how much are you going to have to pay for there? Are you going to be working two jobs to help support yourself, the kids, and him? I'm just saying that could be a preview of what's to come. And look, he don't have to be a rich guy and just buy you all kinds of stuff. But if you're going on a date, you pay for it as a man. It's respect. You
A
know,
date doesn't have to cost anything.
yeah, it don't have to cost a bunch of money.
The most important thing is the time.
Yeah,
Because time is the most important commodity because you can't get it back.
yeah, and you could have a connection. You could go out and get some pizza or whatever and have a good time. But I would say, you know what? You got to take her somewhere nice too, though. Every now and then, don't be a
Of
cheap
course.
date. Don't just say, well, we're going to go get a hamburger again, and we'll share the fries and drink, but I'll pay for it. And then the dollar movie afterwards.
Hey, you spend the time. It means that you're thinking about me. It's all good.
Yeah,
But you know, if you're in that phase of life where you don't have that much money, you have to think about that as well as
yeah.
if you're
Well,
also in a phase of life that you should have your money. If a man is 40 years old, he should be able to take you out on a date and you not pay.
oh yeah, most definitely. Look, I remember Ken Skipper would always say that the high value man made 100,000.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in your 40s and 50s and you're not making 100,000, you probably didn't do it right. I'm just saying. And I'm not downing people that don't make 100,000, but what I'm saying, it's very possible to get there. Um, I'm a blue collar guy. I've never been wealthy or none of that. I'm an everyday guy, but I was able to reach that by my 40s. Of course, I have a retirement, that helps me to get there and a good job, but I mean, it's possible. It's really, I don't know. I don't think that it's kind of funny how they would say that some men think because they make six figures that they can have anything they want, like they're millionaires or something. No, that's really not a lot of money in a lot of places. If you live in New York or California, 100,000, it's good, but it's not great. It's where I live, it's great because we don't make money over here. But um, I don't know. You should be at least in your 40s or 50s. I think at least making 75, and you don't have to have a great job to do it. I mean, I did mine through the Army. 20 years, got a retirement, went to my next job.
That's great
Then,
stability you brought to your wife. That's good
yeah.
stability.
And you know what? And the thing of it is my time in the Army, it was rough for me and my wife, but you know what? She backed me up 100%. There's a lot of men that I even work with that said that their wives told them, if you stay in the Army, I'm taking the kids and we're gone. And they had to get out. And, I thank God that my wife supported me through that and let me have my career. She put her career on hold so I can have mine. But you know what? We have extra money. And guess what? She's living, with more resources because of it.
That's because you have the bestest wife in the world.
I do. Yeah.
She is so awesome.
Oh, you just don't know. I mean,
So awesome.
you can't be angry at my wife. It's hard. I mean, yeah. Even when I get in an argument with her, it's like I give up because she's too nice. Okay, I'm wrong. I love you. Just you know what?
Because to know Sandy is to love Sandy. Because
Yeah,
there's just no other word. There's no other words about that. She's the best.
yep, she is. Would you like to collaborate on a live sometime? Yeah, we can do that. Most definitely. Yeah, we could collab. Oh yeah, I'm all
Oh,
for collabing.
you and Mark, that would be a
Yeah,
nice collaboration.
yeah. Hey, maybe we'll do I don't know, maybe someday we'll uh maybe in a I don't know, probably be a couple years. Maybe sometime me and Sandy could go to the UK and visit Mark and PPP. That'd be a cool vacation.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we speak the same language. Well, no, we don't really. I might need a translator because you guys speak the King's English and we speak American slang English slash whatever part of the country we're from. Uh, no,
It's,
but seriously, what's that?
it's amazing we can understand each other with all the different slangs and different parts of the
Oh, I know. You know what though? When you get to talking to people from England or with proper English and we speak our English, it's like there are sometimes you have that communication gap. Like what? What?
It's like a time delay. Your brain is like, what?
It's like okay,
Okay. Yeah,
yeah,
I get
yeah,
that.
yeah. Well, even in the United States, we go to a different state, and sometimes we have different
Yeah.
slang and can't understand each other. So,
Or different words. Because somebody was like pop, and I was like, what is pop? Pop is soda. Oh, okay.
or or some call it Coke.
Yeah, like no matter what kind it is, it's just Coke. If you're from Georgia, it's Coke.
You know what? I'm from New Mexico, and I call it Coke.
You call every soda Coke?
Yeah, but
Wow.
but you know what? A lot of my family's from the South, though. My grandparents are from the South, and we spend time down there, so I kind of think it transferred. Um, but yeah, I've always used that term Coke. It's like, give me a Coke. Yeah, which one? Coke. I want a Coke. Yeah, what Coke do you want? Everything is Coke.
Everything is Coke. What kind of Coke? Diet Coke. Cherry Coke. Sprite
Dr.
Coke.
Pepper,
Yeah.
Sprite, Coke.
So it's
Yeah.
like we're the same country. We still don't understand each other.
Yeah, we don't because we're crazy that way, though. But we figure out a way somehow.
Yeah. Look. We just need to be kind to one another.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. Now, I know that like for your topic, Black women and white men getting married is a good thing economically, emotionally,
Spiritually.
Mm-hmm. So it's like, where's the bad part? Because I can't find it.
I think the bad part is when you don't do it. So, hey, look, guys. So when you go out, in the neighborhood or a shopping mall or a grocery store, if you see a black woman, you're a white man, just swoop her up, wife her up. You don't have to know who she is. Just propose on the spot. Oh, she looks pretty. Hey, no.
Oh, Michael Ray, that is a Southern thing saying I'm fixing to go here. I'm fixing to go there. I'm fixing to go to the stuff. That's so Southern.
I'm fixing the.
In the South, most people will say, "I'm fixing her," and then they do something after fixing her. I'm fixing to go here. I'm fixing to go there, and people just, you fixing to do what? What are you talking about? What do you mean you fixing her? Yeah, I'm fixing her.
Yeah. That's funny when you get someone that knows English, but
Yeah,
the basics, they can communicate, but when you throw slang, they get confused. Like
yeah.
what?
I'm fixing her. I'm fitting her. It it all depends on what part of the country you are in.
Yep.
Yeah, over yonder, whatever.
Yep. Oh man, but yeah, I honestly, I think we need to get married seriously, and the collective. We need to get to know each other, have relationships, get married because we're successful at it. But think about it. That's if you study like the Bible, history, um, societies. That's how they work with marriage, with the family, with the community, with the country. Um,
Yeah.
and it's biblical. We're all, we're
Okay,
supposed to get married. We're supposed to raise our family.
no,
It's,
And,
no.
huh?
what I've been saying lately is like God made every single color in this world. Why wouldn't He want us to be married in into to one another? Because the only thing is like if you're not equally yoked, that's a spiritual thing. But why would He be mad that we married somebody of a different race? He wouldn't, because He made us all. He wants to, and His edict was for us to love one another. So
Mhm.
if He wants us to love one another and He made us all different colors, then why wouldn't we? Why would He be mad that we dated somebody or married somebody of the opposite race or another race?
He won't be.
Exactly.
As long as we put him first, if we're both doing it.
Hmm.
It, it said, there's a scripture in the Bible. It says, when you're born again, I have to look it up, but it says neither, what did it say? Neither Greek, neither Jew, neither man, woman, we are all one in Christ. Um,
Hmm.
Meaning, we're all of one faith. So yeah, we can marry each other within the faith, sure. It don't matter if we look different, you know.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, and I think in our nation, I think interracial marriages is a good thing because we need to come together as a nation. I mean, it's stupid to be separated and fighting. You know, I I was listening to one live, and these ladies were talking, these black ladies, and they're saying that um, you know talking about black and white people say that we're prisoners of war, we're that white man's in charge, and we lost the war, but it ain't over yet. And I'm like thinking, what do you mean? We're not at war with each other. We're part of the same nation. And we need to live like such. We need to come together, not pull apart. Um, you know, Separation was never a good thing. Segregation was never good. It only brought hate and division. And we it's anytime you're separated within your own country, it's not a good thing. It weakens it. It destroys us all. It really does.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying we have to all marry each other, but what I'm saying is we need to come together as a nation and stop the foolishness. We
Yeah.
need to stop living in the past and come to the here and now. And you know what? Love and respect each other.
The thing is that we so often have groupthink and not think as individuals. So once we start taking on people individually and treating people individually, you would find that a lot of people are not racist.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't care what you're doing, as long as you ain't interfering with what they do.
Yeah. That's
Um,
true.
so
Oh, thank you, Jess. Jess says, I'm seeing a rise in white women plotting against black women desiring white men. Oh yeah, that's been happening. Like just purely things as we get to more positivity with white men, I feel white women will interfere. Well, that's going to happen. Um, and look, there's a lot of white women that feel threatened by white men choosing black women. You got to understand, for centuries, white women have been put on a pedestal. They've been, treated like a princess, like a queen, like she's everything. She's the most beautiful woman on earth. She's been treated that way by white men. Okay, so when another woman's brought in there, i.e., a black woman, there's going to be some jealousy. They're going to feel a certain way. They do it with Asian women too. I mean, but yeah, and some white women see you as competition. And even though it's none of their business who you're with, they see it as such. Um, and yeah, some might plot to make you look bad to get the white man to turn his head back to her. But when we're hooked in the white, when we're in the black women, there's nothing they can do. It's done. It's over. It's a done deal. Um, when we choose to be with a black woman, we're not going back to Becky. We're not. And once a black woman touches our heart, it's over. It's look. But yeah, there will be some that plot against you. I've seen it even earlier in my life. And what's crazy is the white women that weren't interested in that white man and you're there suddenly are interested in him. You know, it is what it is. It's like some of the black women that get with a white man, all of a sudden the black man's interested in her again. It's like, a child with a toy, not interested in the toy unless the other kid is playing with it, right? Same thing psychologically. And like I said, white women have been on that pedestal, and we do pedestalize our women. We do. We pamper them. We treat them like princesses. We do everything for them, and they grew up that way. They're raised that way. And when a black woman gets put on that pedestal instead of them, there's going to be a little bit of jealousy. There's going to be a little bit of problem there, and I felt more hate from white women than white men being in my interracial marriage or any of my interracial relationships. And even in my family, my grandmothers didn't like me interracially married, but my grandfathers didn't care. Um, I don't know. But white women have been put on that pedestal forever. You got to understand. And some of them feel threatened that you're put there instead of them. And when you're told that you're the best and most beautiful, and then someone else is put there,
they don't know what to do with
yeah,
themselves.
don't know what to do. Yeah, it's like, hey, Keisha's in my spot. Well, yeah. Well,
Look,
it
one
is what
woman's
it is.
trash is another woman's treasure.
Yep. There you
So,
go.
ooh,
But
can I just say, I'm so loving everybody right now. I want to thank everybody for that has lifted me up through the foolishness that I had a week or two ago.
Oh
I
yeah. Hey, we got your back, Afro Angelique, and I'm sorry you went through that, and I wish you know, but we
said yes.
neutral. Hey, we neutralize that problem. He won't be coming back.
I
He could go.
appreciate it.
He could go make his hate channel somewhere else. Yeah.
Because you guys really showed me that I didn't realize that, that anybody paid attention to anything I say. So um this just to peek my head out and receive so much love from everybody just to say hi. You guys filled me up when there was so much stuff going on, and I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, but that. Oh yeah, we appreciate you, Afro Angelique. We got your back. Look.
Brent, thank you for opening up my eyes because I have actually been dating white guys.
Oh, nice.
And it's a whole
Are, are,
new experience.
are they treating you well? Because
Yes.
if they're not, let me know where they're at, and I'll send. I'll send the Roadrunner hit team to take out the threat. So.
Oh, it's just right now I am learning that I don't necessarily need to date as much as I need friends.
Yeah.
So I've just been developing friendships.
Well, yeah, take that slow. Get to know. It's you know what, and it's best to get to know who you're going to date, because then you know them as a person rather than otherwise it's like a blind date where you just meet and you're in that awkward deal where okay, yeah. So what do you do for a living? Well, I do this and.
It comes up eventually because I have learned not to ask questions, just to have general conversations, because when you ask questions, people can feel like they're being interrogated, and so they clam up and they may not necessarily give you the best answer. Whereas if you're just having free flowing conversation, they might say something that your red flag goes, wait. They said what?
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna need to back up off of that.
Yeah. But
So,
hey, Jess, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, there are white women that are plotting. Yes, be careful. That's not saying they're all like that. So don't be paranoid, but just
be careful.
yeah, know your surroundings. Be careful. But there is jealousy there because look, all through time, white women have been the princess. They've been on that pedestal, and I think it's kind of sort of like how black men are. They've been put on that pedestal in the black community, just like Becky, right? And who put them on that pedestal? Black women put the black man on that pedestal. White men have put the white woman on that pedestal.
They deserve each other.
They deserve each other. They're alike, just like we're alike. So, hey.
There's this YouTube video of this white lady breaking it down of why white women hate black women.
Oh, really?
Or why they jealous of them.
I gotta find that video.
I found it, but I keep losing it. So if I ever find it again, I'll send it to you.
Oh yeah, please do, because I'd like to break that down. Because yeah.
I thought it was an interesting video. I was like, oh, okay, yes, check.
Was she being honest?
Yeah, she was being very honest.
Wow. And hey, get it right from the source.
Yeah. So if it's positive in the fact that she freely admits that white women are jealous of black women. Mm-hmm. And she breaks down all the reasons and why they're different. And it was very enlightening for me to see that video.
Yeah. Well, there have been white women have been jealous for black women for centuries, really. You know, um, during the segregated days, there were a lot of white men that had two families.
Hmm. Um,
Yeah.
Triple P was talking about that. It was
Yeah,
like one side of the property they had their proper family, and on the other side of the property they had their black family.
yeah. And you know what? My mother-in-law was telling me about that um she was she passed, she was 86, but she was telling me that she always felt sorry for white women, and I never could understand why she did when she grew up in segregated times, and she grew up during Jim Crow and all that crazy stuff. Um
Mhm.
and she made that statement, and I was like dumbfounded, like, why would you be feeling bad for white women? They were the privileged women at the time. But what she explained to me is a lot of the women that she knew had husbands that had mistresses and spent more time with the black woman they had as a mistress than their own wife. Um, and she could see how they were torn apart because you don't want to share your husband, right? But
Absolutely
they
not.
had no choice because these men back in the day just did what they want and they ran it. It wasn't right, but you got to understand, the man's heart was with the black woman, but he wasn't allowed to have her as a wife. He had to have the white woman.
Hmm.
So, um,
That also
what
brings a lot of jealousy.
it does, and it's that's why we can't live in a segregated society because we would be back into that. And
Mhm.
I'm being honest. If I grew up in that time, I would be living the same thing. I My heart would always be with a black woman, so how could I not be with her even though it's illegal?
And they're trying to take Loving versus Virginia and dismantle that and take say the state should decide whether or not interracial.
What?
That
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
That's
yeah,
not
there
moving show enough. That now I see why you have this platform. It's starting off small now, but this platform's gonna raise up. God's gonna do it. Oh my
yeah.
God. Oh my God. You see how God has you in the woodwork? He
I
always hides his work. Just listen, he always hides his work in the woodwork. It's a small channel. Because now that you said that about the Virginia thing, that
uh,
thing is gonna blow up because a lot of people don't want that. And what they're going to do now, what God is going to do to counteract it, this little show right here is going to become a mighty show. Now I see it. Oh my goodness. That is a lot. Why do they not want black men to marry white women? Are they trying to send us back to slavery? Like, I'm serious. You got to think about that.
what
It's the article that I read was that it wasn't a they wanted to because of success of they think that the Roe versus Wade thing was a success and they figure that they should allow states to decide whether or not um,
they rec-
interracial marriage should be it shouldn't be a national protection. It should be based off of states.
Because you can have gay marriage. Get the hell out of
I
here.
that is never that's never going to work though. Look,
No, you didn't think Roe versus Wade was going to work, but it sure enough did.
yeah, but I mean you I mean, how are you going to tell a family they're no longer married? How are you going? I
It would force a lot of people to move to whatever state
Yeah,
that said it was okay.
I
Listen,
don't
you have
I
an undercurrent in this country that when they say make America great again, maybe not everybody that voted for Trump, but the ones who feel like that, who are a part of Trump's campaign, they want America back in the 40s and 50s, and they're not playing, and they've got power now. It's not everybody
well
who voted for Trump feels that way. Some voted for religious
I
reasons, but
yeah
another group they didn't vote for that.
I don't think they want to reverse that. That there's some people that look that ain't going to work. That will create
That will divide this country for real.
Oh, that will create so many problems. And look, you think black men are going to give up Becky for this craziness? No.
Look, there are,
Look,
there are
they,
two there's two judges that have interracial marriages. Like
yeah.
they're gonna let
And,
their marriage be dissolved.
hey, that might be something that brings us all together, because you'll see, like, you know, the the black men that don't like seeing white men with black women would have to come together with them, because if they want to be with white women, it would be like, yeah, that just, they ain't going to overturn that. That ain't going to happen. That would create a literal civil war. And
It
yeah,
would. And look, it's not the Republicans, because most of the Republicans are actually married white. Most of the there are a lot of white Republicans that are married to black women.
yeah, there are.
A lot. So yeah,
In today's world, it's across the board. So I don't see that ever happening. You got some lunatics that are saying, "Well, we should make that a state thing." No, that's a human right thing. It's not a state issue. That's a human right issue. You have the right to marry whoever you want, as long as they love you. I mean,
yeah.
you know,
I don't. A
but
lot of people have it in their cross. There are some people that have it in their crosshairs. So you can't. You have to be aware that it is a possibility. So we just have to make sure that we keep an eye out.
Yeah, well, I've heard some, I'll call them the racial supremacy groups, the white supremacists and black supremacists. They would love to see us segregated again, because they believe that people should be with who they look like. But we're too attached. That would never work. We're infused together. We're tethered together, whether you like it or not. We're stuck with each other. And how many interracial relationships through the years? How many people are getting married interracially? All our families have interracial couples, every one of them. So you would have to tear families apart. It ain't going to work. And look, like I said, and even if they were to pass the law, guess what? We would go back to having the wife we can legally have and having the one hidden that we really want.
Or you just go to the state that allows it.
Yeah. And that would
wouldn't that shift the narrative?
Oh, that would shift the country.
Yes. Like if you allow interracial marriage, your state is prospering. And if you don't, your state is failing.
Yeah, that would. Yeah, because most people honestly are for interracial relationships. More people are okay with it. I mean, I think it's like 80%, 80 to 90% of black and white people agree with it right now. So no, they ain't going to change it. If we went back to the 40s and 50s, it might have a chance in some states, but it's done. You don't have to worry about them changing that. That would, let me tell you, people would be sent to meet their makers if they tried that crap. It's not going to happen.
And I'm glad that is not. I think that we are at a time in our country where there are more people that want to be around people that don't look like them versus people that want to be segregated. So with that being the case, I think that eventually the whole country is going to be brown.
Oh yeah, Yeah, we are.
Because everybody's going to be mixing and everybody's just
Well,
going to be brown.
well, look at it. You're going to try that stuff when we're going to have our biracial children running the country. Now, yeah, tell them that their mom and dad need to be split up. It ain't happening. And I remember Umar Johnson said he's going petition the Supreme Court. Yeah, try telling that to Clarence Thomas or Kataji Brown Jackson. Try telling them to get rid of their spouse. Look,
That's not going to happen.
that's on both sides of the aisle. They're not that is the dumbest thing any weirdo would say. And these politicians that flirt with that, they're ending their political career.
I believe you're right on that one.
Yeah,
Because too many people are just, and then you have people that are opening up their ideas, and you're going to they're opening up their hearts and minds to dating outside of their race, and then you're going to shut it down immediately. No, not going to happen.
no,
Too many people will be like, no.
And like I said, it would destroy us to do that. We can't. But we're meant to be together and look. And I think what's going to make it happen is when that day comes, when black women and white men say, this is the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be. Because, oh, what's the link? You want it to come up? Let me put the link up here. All right, here's the link. Did you want to come up? Yeah, but hey, this thing ain't going to happen. But there are people that are saying some crazy stuff. I mean, but you would look. I don't see how you could even enforce that. And then, what would you do for the biracial people?
You know what? Whatever they
They have to get with another.
They would go back to skin color, say, "Oh, are you white identified or black identified or whatever?"
Yeah, I guess they'd make you make a choice. What do you want to be? Well, hey, that's how to stop it right now. Don't they let you identify with what you want to be? If you feel like you're a woman but born a man, you could be a woman, or vice versa. Just everybody feel like you're the same race, and hey, you don't have to look like it. You can identify with it, right?
To be perfectly honest, we're all the same race. So technically we are inter-ethnic dating and not interracial dating. But that's a
actually
technicality.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, on that, because if we came from Adam and Eve and we're all sons of Noah, we can't be different races.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way. The Bible would be a contradiction if that were to be true.
So we're inter-ethnic dating technically.
Yeah. Inter-ethnical.
But it doesn't fall off the tongue quite as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you might say some of us are albinos.
Some of us are.
Yeah.
And usually black people are the ones that are albinos. So
I thought it was the other way around.
if you look at an albino, most albino people, because they have no color pigmentation. But if you look at their features, they mostly have African features.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. But anybody can be albino. It's just something in the gene, isn't it? Or something happens.
It's something in the gene, but you find that most people that are black, are African American or African, are albino, because if you look at the features and the hair texture,
okay.
If they had melanin, it would be black.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I never really looked at it like that. Hey, Savannah, welcome to the panel.
Hello, it's nice to talk with you.
Oh,
Yes,
good
Savannah.
to talk to you.
I'm just
How's it
enjoying
going?
the conversation. I'm taking a study break and saw that you were live, so I just thought that I'd chime in. You guys were talking about the possibility of Loving versus Virginia being revoked or changed, and I thought I saw an article about that around the time of Roe v. Wade being modified. I think I just saw one little blip and then it went away.
Yeah.
And the first thought that I had was like, isn't this interesting now that, Black women are having these conversations about divesting, you know, that's now being reconsidered, Loving versus Virginia. And especially with the optics of Ketanji Brown, and her interracial marriage. It's like now all of a sudden they want to shake things up. It kind of just seems like they want to keep Black women in this super subjugated state of not having any options. So it was surprising, but it was also kind of not surprising.
Yeah. Well, it just seems like they could go one way with it. Black men with white women, people are okay with it, but the other way around, they're not. And I'm not saying. I'm just that's the optics I see. You
Mm-hmm.
know, it just seems like, and maybe I'm getting an echo somehow.
I think Savannah had the echo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Do you have more than one thing open?
Okay. The echo's gone. Oh, she muted it. I think she's got YouTube on and StreamYards too.
If you
That
have YouTube and StreamYard open, mute your YouTube, and then the echo should go away.
yeah, because I've done that. I was going crazy one time. I was like, what the heck? Oh, she dropped off.
Oh,
Oh
sorry.
no. You could jump back on, Savannah. I don't know what happened. Maybe she tried to close one out and it just dropped it off. But
Yeah.
I'll leave the link up there if she wants to come back on. Um, yeah, you can come back on. Uh, yeah, because I wanted to talk to her about that. Oh man. But oh, there she is. Okay. Uh, hey Savannah. Okay. Yeah, how you're talking about that? How they were flirting with that idea. Um, I don't think they'll ever change it. They can't. But I think what they were looking at is like back in the day when marriage was, states decided if it was okay or not because the Roe v. Wade thing. Um, I mean, they can overturn that, but marriage, I don't see that happening. That would create so many problems. People ain't going to stand for that.
I think that's also a backdoor way to undo same-sex marriage as well. So,
Yeah.
um,
Oh, you can't hear anymore? Anyone? Uh-oh. Savannah, can you hear me okay?
can
Hello?
you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. We can hear you. Okay. I I think she's having problems with their audio.
Um, if you click on the three dots by your picture, you can go into the your audio avatar and kind of
Oh, in the mic and the
or the mic. Well, or if you still that's a pre one. This if you go into your settings, you should be able to go into audio and play with it a little bit. Make sure you have the right things connected to the right things.
Yeah. Okay. She dropped off again. I don't know what's going on. She had an echo. Maybe she turned something off, but I don't hear nothing. Huh. She might need a mic StreamYard. Okay, there she is again. Hey, Savannah, can you hear us okay? Okay, her things. Can you hear us okay, Savannah? Hello?
No.
Hey, Savannah, you might have your mic muted in your settings
Yes, that's a
in,
possibility.
in your computer.
You might not have the right mic or speaker hooked up, so you might want to verify your speaker settings and your mic settings.
Yeah, because sometimes that'll do it where it's muted.
Especially if you take your mic out or put it back in, and sometimes a computer can get finicky, so it's good to check
Yeah.
your settings. When you first come in, before you actually join, there's a little mic to the right, and you can click on that, and you can play with stuff in that, and then after you can go into settings.
Yeah, when you
But if you're on a cell phone versus like a laptop or a computer, that makes a huge difference as well.
oh, it does. I don't like coming on with the cell phone because it just
The settings get kind of funky.
yeah, I end up kicking myself off over and over when I do the cell phone thing. Okay, she's down there. It just says device not connected. So connect your devices and I'll bring you up.
Beans.
Oh man, it's already midnight where I'm at. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock in the morning over here.
Oh well,
Um,
I hope you're off tomorrow. I hope you don't have to work or anything.
I work every day. I take care of my mom.
Oh yeah, well I hope you get some rest because
You know what? Me taking a break from everything, I did get some rest.
oh that's good.
But I missed you guys, so I had to come back.
We missed you too. I was like, oh man, I was like, I hope that weirdo didn't run you off because I was like, man,
No, because when a person is like that, and all they want to do is get your response, the best thing you can do is to
is it?
cut all access away from them.
Yeah,
So I blocked them and I didn't come on, even though I was watching, I didn't participate because if I did, it would have given him a way to reach out to me. So I cut it off and he lost his mind. So it's all good.
yeah, he did. He started making videos, and
Mm-hmm.
hey, the reason I threw him on blast like that because I didn't like the fact using people's names. That is
Yeah.
ridiculous. That's
It
not
wasn't
right.
it's different if you don't like. For me, most of the people that I talk about, there's 10 years out. They would never know
Yeah,
to look for me, how to look for me, or whatever. They would never find anything. He did it only knowing me a week.
that's crazy.
Mhm.
That's a stalker. Hey, be careful. That's
Yeah, and all because he misunderstood what I asked, because I asked him, is there anything, culturally that I need to be aware of, or that,
yeah.
and he took it as it being racist because it was like, well, because when I looked at when he went on, because he went on Alexandra's channel, I was like, oh, she wouldn't ask a white man that. I'm sorry, I did ask a white man that. So you're gonna tell me I didn't ask? I'm like, I'm new to interracial dating. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who to ask what things, and so I'm asking questions.
Yeah. Well, he was insecure. Yeah, he just
Yeah, I wouldn't have asked. Adorn is right. He's like, she wouldn't have asked the white man. Yes, I did. I asked the white man, and he broke it down. So it's all he flipped out over a question. He didn't come to me to clarify or ask anything about it. He just went online and blasted.
Well, I think he just got hatred with white people, white men, because
Yeah, he has a
he's
problem with white men. He
yeah,
thinks that
because
white men steal all the women.
well, we do. That's what we do. We
We're
just
in the top of the food chain, so yeah, you kind of do.
yeah.
You
Hey,
can't
hey,
help what people like.
yeah. Hey, Savannah.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, okay, we
Sorry,
can hear you.
Yay!
Oh,
I
I'm
was on my phone.
oh, okay. I'm so glad you're back because I wanted to talk to you about that issue. Um, I don't think that they can't do that. I know people are talking about it. Um, I don't even the logistics of it. It would
I
what would you
agree. I
what would you
agree. I
do?
just,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I have a biracial son. I was married. I'm divorced now, but I have a biracial son, and I just know like there's no way. You know, there's way too many biracial kids, growing up now. But
Yeah.
just the fact that that was written in an article, like in a well-respected, like I think it was like magazine or something,
Uh-huh.
that would even be put on the public like stage as something to even question. I just thought that that was very interesting now that we're talking about divestment, now that we're talking about, opening our
Yeah.
options, like why is that now something that people are talking about? I just found that very interesting.
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, and there's too many biracial people. I got three biracial kids. What are they going to do? Where I mean, come on. It's silly, but um yeah, it is kind of interesting. Um
Mhm.
and I have here's my thing. I think they fear black women, white men together more than anything.
I think
And
so too.
I mean both sides cuz they know once it becomes a norm, it's done.
And
The
I was thinking about that, Brent. And one thing about Black women is we kind of, when we catch a wave amongst each other, like we really ride that wave. So like even
uh-huh.
like the natural hair community, like I'm kind of late to the game. But I can tell you, like at least 50% of Black women, if not more, are walking around. We no longer get relaxers. We no longer really seek to harm our hair. Like we like taking care of our hair is like a wave that we've been on for like 10 years. And so
Uh-huh.
now that this conversation is changing, I think this is going to have a similar effect. Like we're all going to be riding this wave. I just got my hair done the other day, and the beautician is from Atlanta. I don't even live in Atlanta, but she travels back and forth to Atlanta. And as black as Atlanta is, like she's on this wave. Like she's kind of done with the disrespect of Black men, and I was shocked. So it's
Yeah.
like women all over the country, like we're kind of all getting on this the same mindset.
Yeah. And I mean we all see it. You can't hide it. I know white people aren't talking about black women being disrespected that much, but we all know it's happening. I mean, I'll talk about it cuz I feel I have to. I mean, and we all should. I mean no woman should be disrespected, especially black women. Black women, go through more crap than any other group of women. I mean, they're the most disrespected, most unprotected, and they're the most loving women on earth. And we need to get this right. And I think there's going to be, and I know people are going to think I'm crazy, but I think there's God's judgment's going to be in this,
I agree. I
you
agree,
know,
Brent.
and yeah,
Totally. God is serious about marriage, and I think
yes,
there's a judgment coming on the nation, even with the acceptance of I'm Christian, so I don't believe
mm,
that gay marriage is true marriage. So I'm just
yeah,
gonna say that. So I think that there's a judgment, just like he Sodom and Gomorrah. Like there's gonna be something similar, but I
hmm
think as long as like marriage is disrespected with like gay marriage and all that type of stuff, like Black women will be disrespected. I feel like God has a very special place in his heart for Black women,
Yeah, I do
And
too.
just like, they hated Jesus. I'm not saying Black women are Jesus, but I do think um, there's some parallels there. It's like, why does the world hate us so much? It's like, why? And I think God was
Be,
also like, Jesus, when he walked the earth, he was hated for no reason.
yeah,
The Bible says that he was hated without a cause. So I do think that there's some spiritual elements of like why
I
we go
I
through
do
what we go
too.
through.
I do too. I believe that so much. And look, black women are such a blessing, and anything that's good and pure, the devil hates it. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, and black women are that. There, if you look at black women and how they are, I mean, how loving they are, how loyal they are. Um, Black women are the perfect wife, and not being able to be the wife as much as other groups of women. And I think God's going, things are going to change. Look, you're seeing more white men express how much they love black women. You're seeing more white men attracted to black women. And look, I think there's a purpose for this. I don't think
Mm,
things happen for it. I don't think things are an accident. There's a purpose for everything.
I
There's a
receive that.
reason.
That's beautiful,
Um,
Brent.
yeah,
I totally receive that. I pray for Black women, and sometimes I get discouraged, but that really encourages me. Just that you said that there's a purpose.
there is.
Absolutely.
And I can look at my life, and I'm just another guy in this huge world. But even in my life, when I was growing up, I remember when I was a child, I always thought black women were amazing. And, I had a babysitter when I'd go see my mom because my dad took care of me. But I got attached to black women when I was real young. And I think it's because I could feel the love. And, children gravitate towards love. So I grew up having love for black women. I could see the true beauty. I could see, you know, how valuable black women are. And, and I think there's going to be more of this happening because I think God's plan is for us to be married and between a man and a woman and children. That's what we're supposed to do. And it's not a white thing or a black thing or it's a people thing. God made marriage for all of us. And I think where it's lacking, God's going to fill in the gaps. And I think it's going to hit the black community. It's going to hit all communities, but I think it's going to hit the black community because the marriage rate is so low. So other men are going to come in and fill that void, I think. Um, you know, and I know there's black women out there that are heartbroken, praying, and God's listening. Things are going to shift. And I think that how you treat black women is going either bless you or curse you. I believe that.
Mm,
And that's
mm.
all men. I think that's going to happen.
Well, not to reveal too much about myself, but I did. My ex-husband, I married well, and
Hmm.
he I don't think he will remarry unless he marries another black woman. I think when I filed for divorce, and I had to, I mean, he was devastated, and I had to get to a safe place because sometimes white guys can get dangerous
Yeah.
when you're leaving them, and I understood that, and there's a lot of love there, but there's a lot of other things there. But all I'm saying is that um, even though I wasn't his first wife was white. I don't think he'll ever go back to another white woman after a marriage, just because he told me so many times that it was just different. There was something different
Oh
there.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
um,
And, and yeah, that is true. And like I said, if you know, I've only been married to a black woman. Me and my wife, we've been married over 28 years. So, but if something happened, it'd be another black woman. It would, or I would never get married again. It just there's something about black women. There's something, and I think it's spiritual. It's true love that we feel from black women. We don't want nothing else. And I'm just saying, but yeah, I don't think he will either, and I don't even know him. But I just see what I see, and I know how I feel, and I've talked to other white men how they feel. They feel the same way, and you know what it is? It's the love you give black women. It's the love you have. It's the heart you have. And that's powerful. That is, and that's a blessing, and we don't want to lose that blessing. So that it is what it is. You know, but there's a purpose for everything.
Absolutely. And I foresee white women interfering. Like I'm shocked by this YouTuber. I've never watched a single one of her videos. Like I've never watched a Kevin Samuels video. Like just the spirit behind it, I can tell it's just not right. But
Yeah.
I do find it so interesting how black men and white women will team up to kind of beat down the self-esteem of black women. That's what it seems like is going on. Mind you, I haven't heard a single one of her videos, so I don't know if that's her aim, but I just know she's on these panels with a lot of black men who disrespect black women. And so if you're in a panel with them, then you must have that same spirit. And it's just fascinating because we're having this collective conversation as black women about divesting. So why are you white women now all of a sudden entering this conversation that has nothing to do with you?
Yeah.
Because white women think they should control everything. And they can't control everything. And it makes them mad.
And I'll say in my marriage, I was aware that my ex-husband's stepfather in the past was racist, and he didn't really like black men specifically, but he was the sweetest man to me, like to my face, completely sweet. But I noticed my mother-in-law, I mean, she was kind and cordial. Like she never disrespected me to my face per se, but it was just like her energy was just like, we could be at dinner at her house for like an hour and she'd probably like speak to me twice. Or it's just times she just came off cold. So I know that my ex mother-in-law and my ex sister-in-law, there's just a weird vibe there, and I couldn't put my finger on it, but they see me and it's like I'm encroaching on their territory. But it was like the men of the family, they were completely warm. And even the ones that I was aware of that had racist past, like they were completely nice to me. So I also see that element too. It's like white women have the best PR. Like they're not seen as racist at all, but a lot of times they are. It's just not, and it's not overt.
Yeah, it is. It's and even there are white women that'll go in on white men for being racist, and it's like, well, like they're not part of it. Like it's just men. It's weird.
White men get blamed for a lot of stuff that they didn't do, or they're not a part of, and they're supposed to take responsibility for all the evils in this world, and that's just not fair.
It's not. It's I can't. That's one of the things that irritates me. It's because, I mean, honestly, back in the day, white women and white men worked together to keep black people subjugated. But it's like now when you think of a racist, you think of a white man, and it's so not right, because the white woman is like let off the hook, and white men aren't really, they're just taking all the bad press. Like they're not even, putting it on white women at all. And that's like the very masculine thing to do, is to protect your woman. At the same time, it just leaves this vibe of society thinking that white women are innocent and they're not as racist as they are.
Yeah, but us as men, we kind of take it because, like I said, if it's wrong, it's the men's fault, and we think that way. So we just take it. Yeah, it was our fault, and in reality, back in the day, it was white men's fault because we controlled it. So I mean, we can't escape that. But in today's world, where we had no part of that, it's yeah. I
And
mean,
if you really want to think about it, white women want to be in control so bad. And
yeah.
then it's like, but then they also want to be still be the victim.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
it's like you can't do both. But
Right.
they, because you have Karens to the extreme, and you're just like, chick, can you just calm down? It's not that serious.
I
Um,
find that I find that so fascinating too. I don't know if you guys watched the R. Kelly docu series that was on what channel was it? I think it was TLC or something, but it came out like years ago, and
Yeah,
they
I
did like
remember that.
I think it was
yeah,
on
so they
HBO.
okay, they did the first like season, right? And it was just like all the stuff, like all the women like he had in his house. And then they came back, I think either the next year or like the next season or whatever. And it had these two white women on it. And I was so fascinated because it's like their main mission in that docuseries was to strip black women of their victim status. Like it was so obvious that he had victimized all these black women, but here you have these like random two white women who worked with R. Kelly for like maybe a year or so, and they just knew that these women were like hoochies and they weren't victims, and it was just so odd to see that. I don't know if you guys picked up on that.
I
It's
I didn't I didn't see that part. I got bits and pieces, but I mean, these girls were young teenagers, like 13, 14. I mean,
Yeah.
they're not even, they're not women. They can't, I,
his brain is not fully developed to make the
it,
kinds of
it,
decisions that
it, it,
that he
it
wants them to make.
yeah,
But
it's so
there were
damaging.
two, yeah, there were two blonde women. If
Mhm.
you guys go back and watch the second season, there's two blonde women who worked with R. Kelly for like a
Uh-huh.
year, and they just saw the black women that were in the studios as just like hoes, and like they're not kids, and if you're a kid, why didn't you go to the police? Like they were just really there to strip those women of any type of victim
Oh,
status.
wow.
That's what it seemed like.
Well, that's a little girl. They're probably too scared to do anything. You're
Mhm.
taking a little girl, and I mean, they were very young. And look, when does a woman develop where she has that maturity to where she knows? I mean, the age will vary depending on the individual, right?
Yeah,
But
but like your
but
brain is not fully developed until you're like 25. So
no,
Hmm.
it's not. And they seen him, R. Kelly. He's famous, and they're big fans of him, and
he has the
you
money.
know,
He could. I mean, he could literally say, "If you don't do this, then I'm going to do this to your family. Basically, destroy your
yeah.
family if you don't do what I say to
Hmm.
do." But like, yeah, white women are professional victims.
Hmm.
So, and
Yeah.
they're all about the feminism. So they're trying to be in charge, but you cannot be a professional victim and be in charge at the same time.
Right.
You can't have both sides of that dichotomy. You're gonna have to choose.
Unless you're victimizing yourself, I guess.
um, the, the things that they do when they say that it's just like really, I can't deal with it.
Ugh.
And it's like
Yeah,
I don't want
no.
to have, I don't want to, because I am desirous of marriage again. I do definitely want to marry another white man, because even though my marriage wasn't the best, like there were things he did that was completely on point, and I cannot go back to black men after that. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Like
Mhm.
even if
amazing
you,
provider, incredible provider, didn't want for anything, amazing protector, just
yes,
had everything together. I'm still benefiting from the marriage, even though I'm out of it. So I'm definitely going to marry another white man, but I don't want to have any bitterness in my heart. So like, even though like there's certain things that irritate me about white women, about where society's going, like I just want to have a peaceful spirit so that I can enter another relationship in the right mindset. So I
Yes.
just hope that I'm not coming across that way, because I am working on myself. You know what I mean? I don't want to like harp on white women, because for every horrible situation I've had 10 pleasant ones with white women. It's just little things that I notice recently.
Oh, that's perfectly understandable. And you're not coming across as, you're just shining a light on a particular aspect. You're not necessarily saying all white women are like this, because not all white women are like that. It's just, that's just been your experience with that particular situation.
Absolutely.
And I agree with you, because even not ever being married, but dating a white man, it's a whole nother experience.
Absolutely.
And it's like, it's not the same as dating a black guy. There's so much pressure, and there's so much politics and mind games and minefields that you have to go through when you're dealing with a black man, versus dealing with a white man is peaceful in comparison.
I mean, generally, yeah. And I was listening to Ralph Richard Banks earlier today, and if you just see relationships as a marketplace, like the black community needs competition. Like black men have had a monopoly, and monopolies never benefit like the people, the buyers. You have to introduce competition, and then you'll get some act right. So we have to, like, it's just, it is what it is. And so I think just the contrast, like for me, like I honestly, I haven't had like horrible relationships with black men, but I see what they're doing. Like I have a sister. My sister has had a horrible relationship with a black man. I hear how they talk about us online. Like that's the thing that, like, even though my personal experience wasn't that bad, the fact that they're willing to talk about my sisters like this, it's like, no, I can never allow myself, to give my life and my time to a black man. So that's what really did it for me. And then, like you're saying, the contrast, it's way too great. Like certain things are just a given. And like, it's just taken for granted that he's going to provide. It's taken for granted that he's going to check in and be, faithful. It's just like all those things are not necessarily taken for granted with black men, unfortunately.
And like the biggest thing that has impacted me is just the personal space thing, because I have never had a black man approach me that didn't violate my personal space. And white men never violate my personal space. I don't know what that is. I appreciate it. But yeah, I can't. Once the veil has been ripped off, you can't go back. You just can't.
Where do you like, what region of the country are you in? I'm just curious.
Oh, I'm in Virginia.
Oh, okay. I went to Hampton for a little bit.
Oh, I actually live in Hampton.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I see some of the best times of my life were during that time, and I did feel the most beautiful, I will say, when I went to Hampton. Like black men did make me feel very beautiful. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't some issues there, but I did feel very beautiful there. And then I came back to the state where I live and got married to a white guy. But yeah, I could see what you're saying in Hampton. There's a huge black concentration there for sure.
It is. Because there's two historically black colleges right across the water from each other, so there's a large concentration.
Yeah, I have good memories. I was kind of in a bubble at there, but I have really good memories.
Yeah, like, and that's understandable because it's in a beautiful space, and there's a lot you meet a lot of different people, so
yeah.
And then you get to have all the battles of the HUs and the Battle of the Bays and all the good pep rallies. But no, I am around here. They're not bad, but it's like they're extremes. It's like they're either really good or they're really not. There's like no in betweens.
Yeah, fully. Um, yeah, I did have one scary experience there that I don't want to talk about, but I just feel what you're saying, like just around the nation. Black men unfortunately have too much of a monopoly on us, and they know it. That's the
Hmm.
problem.
Yeah.
They know it.
Because they think, well, they're not going anywhere, so we can treat them any way we want to, and they're still not going to go anywhere. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, Black women are waking up and they're going places and they're going away from you. So,
You know what? I've heard that so many times. I mean, I've heard it on the internet. Them saying, "Black women, you're not going nowhere." Yeah, a few of you might date out or marry out, but we got you. Um, and that's disturbing for someone to believe that because, well, I mean, it is true. I mean, uh, I know it's changing, but most black women stay with black men. I
Mhm.
mean, seriously, even though the marriages are low and the out of wedlock, uh, you know, the most single mothers and stuff,
Mhm.
black women are still pretty loyal. I mean, and it's amazing dealing with all that.
Mhm.
You would think that they would just take off and just divested years ago, but
That
I
would be
just
the common sense thing to do. We are literally, and I've thought about this. We're like we are indoctrinated. Like
yeah.
I grew up in a black church, and
hmm
I no longer go to that church. I know now go to a very diverse church, but I will tell you, like in my black church, um, a lot of social justice issues were intertwined and with the Bible, and it's kind of a mind thing where it's like you want to fight for what is right, you want to believe what is moral and just, and you just start equating your race with being the underdog, with being more righteous, with being
hmm
what should be upheld. So it's like it gets all tied together in your mind. So it's just
mm, yes.
it's definitely an indoctrination process, and black men will take that same indoctrination and just see themselves as the best and see themselves as king over all the women, and they get to pick, and they don't have to pick a black woman, whereas a black woman is taught you have to pick a black man because they're the kings, and we're supposed to. It's really interesting. So
Yeah,
much.
You,
we have to uphold the Black community.
yeah, you know what's crazy about that? I heard this YouTuber talk. I'm not going to say his name, but um, he was saying that black women need to stay in the black community, right? But he said when black men get with white women, it's justified because they're getting back at the white man for stuff he's done in the past. So it's like I guess a courageous thing getting back at the man with his woman.
Ain't
And
nobody thinking about that.
huh?
Ain't nobody thinking about that but them.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, yeah, have at it, buddy. You're getting me, okay. Uh, no, I didn't. The logic of that that made no sense. It's like we sit around thinking. I haven't heard a white man complain about a black man with a white woman since I think the last time I heard a complaint was back in the early '80s, maybe. I don't know. I people don't care anymore. I don't.
They don't.
It's weird. It's like
The only people
okay,
that care are the old people. And when
yeah,
I say old people, it's like old people.
maybe lived in segregated time. I could see them getting upset with it, but white men today don't care. I mean, you can have as many white women as you want, and in fact, it's like we embrace it and we encourage it and we let them know that hey, good for you. Where on the other hand, it's like they hate us for doing it.
Mhm.
Another thing is like if you grow up in the Black community, it's almost like it's also while they're indoctrinating you and all this other stuff, there's also a subliminal thing of, if you date outside of your race, we're gonna leave you alone. Like you're literally, your family's gonna ostracize you because you dated someone outside of your race. And it's like, don't bring them home with the keys, you're gone. I mean, just like foolishness.
What if he gets a perm? Can he bring him
But it's just like it's like straight foolishness. So it's like it's like you have to have so much courage to date outside of your race as a
Yeah,
Black woman.
absolutely.
Because it's like, well, is my family gonna start treating me differently? And my friends, are they gonna think I'm crazy? What I mean,
Mhm.
there's just so many different things that go through your mind that's socially, that it's just like, because even Black people that you don't know look at you funny if you dating somebody outside of your
Oh yeah.
race.
Oh yeah.
And
Like
it's like,
I
you
went
can't.
to my son's soccer game. My ex-husband and I still show up together, even though we're divorced. We're a united front at his soccer games. And there's one black couple, um, and the wife, like, that lady, she just looks at me sometimes, and it's just like, if she could hang me with her eyes, like, that's what she doesn't
Yes.
know we're divorced. She has no idea what the dynamic is. She just sees me, my biracial son, and my black, or no, my white husband, or white ex-husband, and she just cannot stand the sight of us. And it's so interesting. It's like, what are we doing to you? But it's like I've abandoned, or I've like traded, because I'm a traitor now. It's weird.
Yes. It's funny to me because, like, when I see it, I act extra affectionate. And I'm just like, yeah, this is my white man. Okay,
I just don't
bye.
get
Yeah.
why other black women would have an issue with it. Like, you should, even with your black husband, like, you should not take offense to it. Like, you should see it as, I'm helping you. Like, I'm creating more competition for your husband to like treat you better. Like, why are you upset? I don't get that.
Because for them, it's a betrayal.
You know what?
You're betraying your race, and that's why they get mad. Because
You know. You know what's funny about that is I see these women that are all for black men, the pick me's, right?
Mhm.
And I don't understand the logic. You're getting mad at women for divesting, but you love the black man so much. Wouldn't you encourage that so there's more
More
Exactly.
for
for you
you.
to pick from? You have more of
Exactly.
a variety.
I don't
I
get
don't
it.
know. I'm just
I don't
thinking
want
logic.
them.
I just, I don't know. I never understood that.
Like, let me have my white man. You can have all the Black men you want. How about that?
Exactly.
Yeah, I
It's like,
just,
and they're popping up all over YouTube. One of them is really beautiful. And I'm just like, girl, like, what is your deal? Like, why are you going so hard on such a small segment of women? Yes, it's growing, but like, how are we threatening you? Like, unless she's being paid by black men, like, I really do not understand it. I don't get it, because you don't see white women doing that to each other, you know?
Mm-mm. But look, this is the thing. If you are if you're a Black woman and if you have taken steps to heal yourself, the best place for you to be is outside of the Black community as far as dating is concerned.
I agree. I
Because
agree.
all you will do is re-injure yourself, and you just keep starting yourself back at zero.
It's so
So
toxic. It is so toxic. I agree with you 100%.
so once you've gotten to that point where you have divested your mind, you've gotten yourself to a healed place. Please, 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 please date outside your race. You will be so much happier.
Sweet Tea said, do they also follow you around the grocery store hoping you see them? I guess this was from.
From the Black ladies that watch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is she asking? Do black men walk around the grocery store with a white woman, hoping black women see it? Or
Um,
Is she asking me, do I deal with that? I I don't know.
like, do you get people staring at you if you go shopping with Sandy? I mean, you probably don't now.
Sometimes I do, but it's weird. We don't notice it anymore. When we first got married, we'd notice it, but then I don't.
Like, you don't care anymore, so.
We've been married almost 30 years, so that don't even mean nothing. If you stare, go ahead and stare. I I I I it's funny though. I mean, yeah, we get people that stare. I mean, but I mean, it was more noticeable when we first got married and when we were dating. Today, I don't know if we get stared at. I'll be honest, I don't even pay attention. Um I don't think we get stared at as much just because times have changed. When we first got married in '94, um, we stood out a lot more than we do today because you see more interracial couples all over the place. So it's like it's not out of the ordinary like it was. I mean, it still isn't a complete norm, but it's more normalized than it was. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Um, I mean, I remember we stood out because yeah, there were other interracial marriages, but it was far and few between. Now we're seeing much more uh younger people doing it. We see black women and white men, younger people doing it. We see high school kids dating interracially like it's no tomorrow, like it's you know and but I mean, when you're married, so those little things you don't even pay attention to no more. It's like you know, but I'll tell you this: I know when my wife she had a job, right, and she worked for this woman, and she wasn't into the interracial thing, you might say, and that was my wife's boss, and she ended up having to transfer her job because it was a problem that wasn't a problem that really was a problem, where she didn't like it and she took it out on my wife but denied it and tried to hide it. Um, but and this was when I was in the army, and I remember when she would come around, I was so affectionate with my wife that I couldn't hug her enough, or I couldn't. And it just she was an older white woman. She couldn't stand it, and I loved it because
And that's
hey,
what I love about white guys. They're so affectionate.
oh yeah, and it's being affectionate is real easy for me. But just but she didn't like it, and I just hey, and I would be affectionate to my wife to just let you know, hey, this is the way things are changing. And she would ask my wife, well, what does his family think? What's his mom think? What how do your families get together? And my wife's like, we're just people. Like, what are you talking about? But and she said, well, she made a crazy statement. She said, well, you know, because I guess her son went in the army. Well, I would like my son to, be roommates with a black person so they get to know them. And like, what's that? That don't make sense. You're in the army. If you don't like black people, don't join the army. Because I'm just saying, it don't make sense. It's like,
You can't you
we're
can't be a
people.
racist and be in the military because
No,
that's
you can't.
those
No.
people do not mix.
Hey, I spent 20 years in the army, and there's a lot of black people in the army. I remember there was one one command I was in where all the leadership were black. I mean, my squad leader to my platoon sergeant to my first sergeant to the commander. I mean, and sometimes it happens that way because they just plug people in, and nobody cares. We're just doing a job, and we do it. But the way she would ask that questions, like, and you could tell they hate it. Well, what does his mom think? What about your kids? Oh, they must go through a lot. No, my kids are happy and successful. But they'll throw that in there to try to put doubt, like something's wrong with it.
Like loving people regardless of their skin color is wrong. That's
Yeah,
the message that people want to give people.
Yeah, like you got to look like me for me to love you. It's like, really? I just
Not how it works.
no, it don't work that way. Yeah.
My favorite thing, and I've been spending some time in my head, like thinking about what is it about white guys that I like, and I think more than anything that I respect about white guys is their fortitude, like the mental fortitude, like the ability to create civilizations and have them run well for so long, and infrastructure and business. Like the mental fortitude that they have surpasses any other race, unfortunately. Like I'm not, and I don't mean unfortunately like that's bad. It's just like I wish that other men could see that. Like that it's worthy of so much respect. And that's why, like, if I marry again, I have to marry another white guy. Like the mental fortitude and strength that you guys have, it's remarkable.
And the level of protection that you feel that you have to give your significant other is also amazing. And sometimes not even your significant other, just somebody that you care about or you feel like is not that needs protection. It's something that you give to every woman, and it's just that is an amazing thing when you come from a society that doesn't protect you.
Right. And you can see that in like the Middle East, like the way women are treated there versus Europe, like versus Africa. Like there is a cultural, there's kind of this white cultural ethos of protecting women, and it's like even women from other cultures that move into those societies feel protected because white men just protect women and children. They just do instinctively.
Yeah. Speaking of like the Middle East, my time in the army, I remember and I spent a lot of time in the Middle East, but you could see how they treat the women there. I mean, they're like second class citizens. It's so male dominated. Um, and I grew up in my family, the men were the leaders, but we took care of the women. We treated them like princesses. We coddled them. My daughters, I would protect them, and I would, you know, how can I say this? I mean, we protect them more than our sons. I mean, we love our sons too, but our daughters, we look out for them. We watch over them, and even my son watches over his sisters. That's just in our culture. We're taught that. And being over there, how they treated the women, I just couldn't believe it. Like, wow. I mean, we look at our women like a treasure. They look at them like I don't know, just
Property?
property. Yeah, that's the only way I can explain it. And
They're there to make them look good.
yeah, it's like the
Right.
man would be walking with his sons up front and the women be in the back, like, and I'm like, wow. I just how can the women be happy with that? I guess they get, it's a way of life, but gosh, I don't know.
I
I
think
just
I think white guys should get praise and respect for that, because that is something that even throughout like history, if you just compare the cultures and historically, white men have generally, like, yeah, white women went a harp that they couldn't vote and they couldn't do like little things like that, but generally they were protected, you know. And it's like the
Yeah.
fact that you can't respect the fact that your men really, really protected you, like, seriously, like, it's just, it's interesting.
Yeah, and sometimes we protected them too much. Just, but yeah, it's in our culture. But you know what? I think a nation, how they treat their women, is how successful they'll be. Because
Mhm.
when you look at it biblically, God tells us how valuable women are. You have a
Yes.
good wife, you have a good thing, and you got favor with the Lord. So we're supposed to treat our women good. We're supposed to take care of them. We're supposed to love them. We're supposed to, love our wives like Christ loved the church.
Mhm.
So, um, yeah,
And maybe that's what it is, because Christianity, even though it did start in the Middle East and Africa, like, those regions didn't really take hold of it like Europe did. So
hmm
maybe that's why, maybe that's what sets it apart. Because I was thinking about that, like, why is it that white men historically have really treated women much better than other men? I think it is that Christian um,
yeah,
influence for sure. And I do feel like what's happening on the internet now, I feel like black men are trying to like influence white men to start treating white women the way that they've been treating black women. Like, it seems like all these podcasts and like, panels, it's like they're trying to export that mentality onto white men. And I just pray like white men don't
yeah.
listen, because just look at the fruit of that. Like, look at the fruit of how they've treated their women. Like, there's nothing good that comes out of that.
But and it seems like sometimes they exploit the women. It's
Mhm.
like when they say being a pimp and player. Okay,
Mhm.
what's that really mean? Well, what's a pimp do? He exploits women. He gets
Mhm.
everything out of a woman he can.
Yep.
And a player's
Mhm.
just playing around. He don't love her. He's just
A pimp will destroy a woman mentally.
Mhm.
yeah, mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Um, and we're not supposed to treat women like that. We're supposed to provide for them. We're supposed to
And
sacrifice for them. Well, when it says love your wives like Christ loved the church, what's that mean? And what did Christ do for the church?
everything.
Everything. Yes.
Um, I think it's like for so long it's like they have pimp mentality,
Mhm.
and it
Mhm,
kind of made it so that black men treat black women like they pimps.
Mhm.
mhm.
Like they are literally trying to destroy us.
Absolutely. Did you see Cynthia G's? I try not to watch her too much, but sometimes I just can't pull my eyes away. But she did a. Did you see that live that she did on the
Mhm.
pimps?
Yeah, I saw it.
It's just like, wow. So that was my mother's generation. By the grace of God, my mom and no one in my family fell into that lifestyle. But you can just see like the way those women, they were black men worshipers, but they didn't know it.
Yeah.
Like, they're willing to sacrifice their dignity, their self-respect, like their money, everything to uphold this man who did not care about them. And sometimes it was their own husband. Like, your own husband is pimping. It was mind
Yeah.
blowing. Mind
Mhm.
That
blowing.
that that was crazy. And then she was like, "Well, I love him. Of course I'm going to do this." I'm like, "Really?" I
No, because if he loved you, he wouldn't ask you to do it.
No, he wouldn't want if you love your wife, you don't want
He would-
another man touching her. I can't even
It's
I can't even
disgusting.
understand that. That
It's
is
disgusting. And for it to be that far back, like, we weren't even off the plantation that long, and they were already like doing stuff like that to us. Like,
mhm.
there's no way. Like, with all the knowledge I have, I cannot go back to that culture. Like, I want the best for black men. I pray for their happiness. I pray for their purpose and their peace. But I'm sorry. It's just way too toxic. There's no way. No way.
Yeah.
Can't do
But
it. And go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, yeah, that documentary, that guy they did on was an actual pimp, and he did like books and but and he was warning, the dangers of it, and exploiting women like that, and
They basically destroyed the black woman.
Hmm.
yeah,
Tried to. They definitely tried to. Sure. It's demonic.
it is. And what blows my mind is how these women I get caught up in it. Do they just feel helpless, like they have no choice, or do
They don't
I
know.
they?
feel
A
like
lot of them just don't know any better because they don't know. They can only go by what they've seen in their community, and
Uh,
they don't have a father to tell them differently. And then they grow up in a situation where they're not told that they are valuable, that
oh
they
wow.
that you don't
Mhm.
you grow up in a situation where the only commodity that you have is your body,
mm,
not your mind, not
Wow.
your self-worth. And so you have these situations, and so if you don't know better, you can't do better.
You
and
know
I
what I
also
was
think
thinking?
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, like, just this. Think about the psychological warfare. Like, okay, let's think from like a biblical stance. Like, men do have power over women. Like, yes,
Hmm.
like things are equal, and like we can do the same job and get paid the same money. But there is a spiritual element where a man's words have power. And if he uses his words to manipulate and to deceive and to kind of get inside of our mind and switch things, like you can really destroy a woman's life just by those psychological tricks, you know? And that I just, my heart goes out to those women because it's like you can see the mind games, like telling a woman she's not worth much and then having her exploit herself and then continuing to demean her. Like that's an easy thing for a man to do, and a woman can just easily like get mind screwed over it, like in her entire life, and it takes so long for her to get out of that mentality, you know. So it's just like from even a spiritual perspective, like I can see how that could happen just because men's words have power over a
Yeah.
woman, especially a woman who's away.
And it's unfortunate to say that you would be hard pressed to find a woman in the black community that has not been molested or essayed,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because they're like 1 in 4. I think it's 1 in 4 women under the age of 18 have been molested.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
So it's like when you take away that, and then you have women that will blame, that even if they tell their mother that they're blamed, that happened, they will
Mm-hmm.
blame them and tell them they were being fast, and so they got what they deserve. And then you have to build on that. That is why, like, women that have been molested, they go one, or they either go extremely frigid or they go extremely um fast. They go one way or the other usually. And so, like, there was this thing I caught, I think on a short or something, where this girl was talking about how she had been having sex since she was 12.
Who?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, baby, that was not consensual. You didn't know no better at 12 years old to be having sex.
No.
And she slept with over 400 men.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And people were just downing on her. I'm just like, that baby didn't know
Mm-hmm.
what was going on at 12 years old. So you have
Wow.
Well,
situations where they only know how to seek love through sex, and
and I
black men took advantage of that.
well, I think there's something predatory in black men in and of themselves. I remember times walking home from middle school, and my dad raised us. It was kind of the ghetto, and I remember walking home from middle school being, I was like 14, and a man got out of his car and gave me a card, right? On the card, it was like the silhouette of a woman's body on a pole, and it was the name of a strip club. I'm 14 years old, and this man is giving me a card to become a stripper. Black man. probably
Wow.
like in his 60s.
Oh
And I'm
wow.
like, wow. I'm like, and I just tore the car up and I continued to walk home. But like, imagine if, imagine if I didn't have a Christian background, or I wasn't like mentally in the right space. I could have easily gone down the wrong road, you know? So it's just like there's something very predatory in Black men, and it's disgusting.
Mhm.
What is SN? What does that mean? You guys know what that means?
SN or SA?
No, that I got it posted up there. What that person's saying. Hmm. I don't know. All right.
But as
Mm,
usual,
this
we have
show's so
straight all
heavy.
over the place.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we drift. Look, I drift faster than Fast and Furious. Tokyo Drift ain't got nothing on me. I we set a topic and we go everywhere. But it kind of it all links in, I think.
Mhm, mhm,
So yeah, black women, white men get married.
mhm.
I just, looking at it logically and the numbers, I mean, in the collective, we should do this. I mean, I've been blessed in my marriage. I know other people that have, and
Can
it's
I ask you
amazing.
something? Can
Yeah,
I ask
go
you
ahead.
something, Brett? Do
Yeah.
you feel like, so let's say like I waved a magic wand tomorrow and there's like no history, like people don't remember anything. So there's no like historical context and people just were dating each other with like no hesitation. Do you feel like white men would equally go after black women, or do you feel like it's
Yes.
black women that are more resistant? Like what do you feel like is the biggest
I
hindrance to that happening?
I think black women are more resistant to interracial relationships than white men. I think black women hesitate more. Um, I think white men are more willing, and but you got to understand. I mean, from what I see, I think black women definitely go through more crap to interracially date than white men. White men, we do what we want. We really do. Black women are shamed for it. Black women been conditioned to stay race loyal to lift up the men. Um, Black women will get attacked for even talking about opening up their options. A lot of black women say they do it, but they don't tell any. They do it in silence
I
because of the attacks they get, all the crap they got to deal with. Um, and and they've done studies where they found that white men were more open to interracial dating than black women,
mm,
and
I
and I
think
believe that's true. Um,
yeah.
but I don't think it's and I think a lot of black women would love to do it, but they're afraid or they feel some kind of way like they're not being loyal. And I think there's black women that are conflicted
Mhm,
and want to open up their options but feel guilty about doing it. And I
mhm,
think some of these pick would open up their options, but they're conflicted with guilt and don't know what to think.
yeah.
Um, and I think it's part of the conditioning, what they've been told. Um, and then you study history, and I mean, the white man's the devil, really. If and so, how do you? And
Well, I was thinking too, like there have been times when I was like in mixed areas and like let's say an objectively extremely beautiful black woman walks by, like hands down,
uh,
like just wow. And it's like a white guy would barely turn his head, like he'll see her, but it's like I don't know if he's like purposefully like trying not to look
that
or if he just doesn't really see her as attractive. Like it's like they don't do the double turn like a black guy would, you know, so it's just not as obvious that they even see her as attractive. Like what do you say about that?
I say they see her and they're just trying not to make it noticeable,
Mm,
because I've been guilty of that. And I told a story. I was taking a college class, and there was this black woman that was in there, and she was beautiful, and I couldn't help but to look at her, but I didn't just do a double take it. I did it. I was hiding it because I didn't want her to notice I was looking at her, but I couldn't help myself. She was beautiful, and she caught me, and she came walking up to me, and she was mad, like, Is there a problem?" And I'm like, no." And she was saying, "I'm tired of you sitting there giving me dirty looks." And I mean, she put me on the spot, and I was forced to explain what I was doing. And I
yeah.
said, "No, it's not dirty looks. Look, I'm sorry. I was looking at you. I just think you're beautiful, but sorry. I mean, I'll stop." And that was a situation where she went from being mad at me to like she was flattered. And in fact, we went out that night, and that was one of those situations I didn't have to make a move. I was put on the spot. It, it was just the luck of it, but you know,
It
there's
seems like,
perceptions,
yeah.
and perception isn't always reality. Um, I thought she was beautiful. I was staring at her because she's beautiful. I wasn't giving her dirty looks, none whatsoever. Um, but she thought I was, because that's the perception she had. She
Mhm.
thought I was looking at her in disgust when I was admiring her. Um,
I had a manager
mhm,
tell me, he was a very tall white guy, and this is like the age of Me Too. Like this is right when Me Too was happening. And he was
uh-huh,
like, I just wanted to tell you, like it's kind of otherworldly, and I know I'm not supposed to say this, but you are so beautiful. Like you're so attractive. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to like, and it was just it was so flattering, but it was also like so awkward for him. And it's just like I appreciate, like you made my day, like you made my week. Thank you, because I would have
yeah,
never known. Um, but I just encourage white guys, like it's okay, like you can
yeah.
say that,
And, and,
you
and,
know.
and I think that's where the misconception is, because there's black women that think us white men don't like them. Well, black men have been telling them that forever. So sometimes when you're looking at them, they might think that you're giving them dirty looks, like
Yeah.
it's disgust, when it's actually,
I think
it.
what it is, you guys have a poker face. Like you don't like you'll look, but you don't really give much away. Like you don't smile, and then
Yeah.
so it's just like a blank stare, and I
Mm,
know that I'm attracted, so I can kind of, but a lot of black women don't know if we're attracted to you all. So it's just like you're just looking. There's nothing.
yeah.
You're not giving anything away. You know, it's a
Yeah.
poker
And
face.
I I think you're right, because that made sense in that situation. Um, and that goes both ways. A lot of times white men don't think black women are interested in them, because we hear those ladies that let us know that they're only in the black men, and there's
Yeah.
no way they would be with a white guy.
Yeah.
They're weird, they eat mayonnaise, and they stink, and I'm not going nowhere near them. I'm paraphrasing, but they'll say stuff like that, and it's like, wow, they really hate us. Good. Like, darn it,
I don't know
wow.
why I hate that they're the loudest, and it really irritates me because they
Yeah,
don't speak for all of us, and that's the bane of my existence. I can't stand that. I really can't.
yeah. What's with the mayo theory? Well, you know the stereotype. White people love mayonnaise, right? I always make that joke because I see in movies, and there's people that's a stereotype we have. We like mayonnaise, I guess. I really don't care about it, but okay, we like mayonnaise. If that's it's just it was funny. One live I was talking about mayonnaise, right? I said, well, and I was given a fake history story. I said, well, mayonnaise, white people do like it. And the reason is because we would when we would travel to different parts of the world, because we're from Europe where there's not a lot of sunshine, and our skin is light complected because we need to get whatever sun rays we can because we're from a cold climate. But when we go to a tropical area where the sun's shining and beating down on us, we have fair skin. So we would take mayonnaise with us, and we'd use it as a sunscreen, and then it would sustain us. We would have a food source too. So, I mean, you get sunscreen and it goes good with a sandwich. I mean, you can't beat it. It sounds like a good story, right? The history of mayonnaise.
Oh my goodness. I can't even.
No, but I was talking about that on live, being serious, and people are like, "Really?" Like,
Because Brent is so silly. Y'all do not understand.
it's all fun. You know what? It's a stereotype. People make fun of us for it. I just join in. I make fun of myself. It's all good.
Yes. Look, and we can get some more information on that White Zaddy Academy.
Oh yeah, I might have to go back to the academy because there's some stuff I want to talk about. I want to address the men in the academy because I want to talk about being masculine and confidence. Okay, you don't have to be an egomaniac to be confident. You could be humbled and confident. Okay, confidence just. I mean, you could be confident and you're going to be successful, and you could give all the credit to God, right? You don't have to have a huge ego and be arrogant to be confident. I'm going to talk about that, how you can be confident and be down to earth too. Um, and look, as leaders, you got to have confidence. You got to have that I can do this attitude. Um, and that is attractive to women. If you carry yourself with confidence and positivity, guess what? People gravitate to that, do they not?
Yeah.
Women will, and us men too. If we're around women that are positive, it's attractive. And when we're living in gloom and doom, and and we're in that Debbie Downer attitude, it's not attractive. People don't want to be around you when you got that. Now, look, we all have our hard times, right? We go through some things. And when you're alone with friends, you can open up, but when you're trying to date and you're trying to find someone for a relationship, as a man, you got to be confident because I mean the ladies, even if they're attracted to you, they're not going to want that, and that can kill your chances.
Yeah, because there's a thin line between confidence and cocky.
Well, yeah, I mean, but like I said, you can be confident. You don't have to be cocky. You don't have to have a big ego. You just know everything's going to work out. And a man of faith and a woman of faith, they're confident, but they know it's God that's doing it. And they know it's going to be okay.
That's what the word confidence means. Confide means with faith. That's the Latin
Oh, okay.
derivation. Con meaning with, and Fede meaning faith. So
Oh,
it's just
okay.
walking with faith, confidence.
Yeah, but that's where you got to keep that confidence, and you can have that. I mean, some people are so confident they think they get cocky or they get arrogant and thinking there's something special, and you got to watch that. I'm talking about just confident that you have faith it's going to be okay, and you're going to put in the work to make it happen. Um, and that's how we need to be, because it's all about confidence, really. If you believe, hey, I can do this, I have a chance to do you, and you do it. But if you're you know uh, uh, you know living in gloom and doom, then your motivation's gone. You have a negative outlook on things. People feed off that negativity, and they don't want to be around you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On that same note, so I do feel like sometimes like the divested space can kind of get a little negative. So
Yeah.
I've been trying to stay away from Cynthia G because even though she does make good points and I
Yeah.
do feel like she makes things clear, I just noticed like my energy is a little bit more gloomy after I watch her
Hmm.
and some of the other divested women. So I feel like the Lord is kind of trying to keep me away from that. But I also know that I do want to marry outside my race. Like, how would you handle that? Like, how? Because I do want to be encouraged by like hearing divested stories, but I also don't want the negativity to like interfere with me getting what I want.
Uh.
I feel like your channel
Well.
is kind of a breath of fresh air because you are positive and you do the prayer meetings, and so like I
Mhm.
feel like this is a good space. But I just feel like there's kind of few and far between.
I think you got to just take bits and pieces. I mean, see the truth. Listen to what people say, but just be positive about it. Um, but yeah, I can see how that can have a negative impact. But um, you know, it just you got to be positive, but you have to go there too, because you got to have the truth, and you got to stand up for yourself. And I know, um, I don't know. I just kind of look at it and I analyze it, and I'm thinking, even though, I could live a positive life, even though things are bad. Um, I don't know. How would I, trying to
If
think of a way to put this.
can I say that if you're in this community and you have um, a divestment mentality, because there are a lot of people that are damaged that are in the divestment community, and so sometimes it can get a little toxic. But we have to also realize that you have to find a channel that balances that toxicity. So we have to. Sometimes you just have to take a break.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but like even Brent is not immune from the toxicity, because there are a lot of women that that have been damaged, and so this is a safe space, and when you have a safe space you have a tendency to vent.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's just a matter of trying to have a little bit of balance, because Brent does a
Yeah,
pretty good job with balance.
she does. I've created a playlist I call Think on These Things. Where it's like weddings. So I see a lot of interracial weddings that I'll save to this playlist. Love is Blind, the first season, Lauren and Cameron Hamilton. Like I have like playlists of them. So other like little positive tidbits that I try to beat myself more than the negativity, but it's still like every now and then I just get sucked in. Like Cynthia G, she's captivating. She keeps it real, and it's just like, wow, like okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, now I'm kind of in this negative headspace now, because. But
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I'm
I
trying.
I
It's a
I
battle.
would say she's entertaining. She she does keep it real, but um yeah, she's not divested though. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's.
But she's serving. Like I feel like God is kind of using her because I do feel like she's waking
Yeah.
up a lot of women who might still be in toxic relationships with black men. Like she's exposing
Hmm.
a lot, you know. So I do see her serving a purpose. It's just like for women who are already divested and are trying to stay positive. I don't know if I should be feeding my spirit that.
Yeah. I don't. I just take it a little bit at a time and just go to a positive place. Like, um,
Okay, well, I'm gonna try to wake up early tomorrow and get some
okay.
tips.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
might have
call
to
her
close.
tonight. Yeah,
Hey,
it was
Yeah,
nice
thanks.
talking to you guys.
after 3. So
Yeah, I might have to go too. Thank you so much, Savannah. It was good talking to you, and
Likewise, likewise.
it was
I
nice meeting you,
enjoyed it.
Savannah.
Nice meeting you, Angelique.
Yeah,
Afro Angelique. All right, you guys have a good night. Rest well.
you too, and
Yeah.
you're welcome here anytime. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good one.
Have a
Oh,
good one.
Brent, give Sandy a hug for me.
Oh, I will. Uh, thank you, Alexander. Um, I mean, on my channel, it's positive, but I tell the truth also. But usually, it's a safe space. Yeah, it is. You tell it like it is. Um, yeah, I appreciate that, Alexander. You do, and we got to have that. A safe space, but tell the truth. And you know, s- sometimes people get hurt and they need to vent, and I'm for letting people vent, and you know, um, and that can be therapeutic. And we all have to vent at times. I vent. um, but yeah. But thanks again, Alexander. Sorry if I keep sending super chats. Well, that's cool, but you don't have to do that, Alexander. I appreciate it though. Um, but yeah, I might have to close down, guys. I got to get to work in the morning, and it's 1:23 in the morning, so I need to close this. I've I've had a great time today, and I appreciate you coming on the panel, everyone. And I'll see you guys soon. And we'll see what time I get off tomorrow. I might do a live tomorrow. I might not. We'll see what happens. But if I do, I'll put it on my community page. It's just this time of year I'm busy, but I'll still be doing YouTube and lives. I'll fit it in somehow. Um, but thank you for coming on, Afro Angelique, Savannah, um, KD, Pro White Leadership. Um, all you awesome ladies, thank you so much. And and I believe what I said. I think black women, white men need to get together more often. We need to have more marriages. We do. We need to come together as families. And I think our nation needs to come together as a nation, most importantly. And we need to go back, we need to create a culture where marriage is, the centerpiece of it, where we come together in marriage, not hookups, but marriage, the way God intended families to be. And you know. But anyway, I mean, black women and white men, our stats are awesome. We're doing amazing things. And I think more of us should open up our options. Get to know each other first. I mean, don't just jump into a relationship, but get to know each other. You'll find out we have more in common than we would ever think. And look, and I'll say to the men, look, guys, it's our job to protect women, all women. Okay. We need to focus a little bit more on black women, right? Okay, we need to. It's our responsibility. And I believe that how we treat black women, and I'm not just saying this, I think it'll depend whether we get a blessing or a curse. I do believe that. Black women have been through so much and it's our fault. We need to fix it as men. Okay? But anyway, guys, I love you guys. Thank you for coming in and joining me this evening. And I apologize for it being so late, but that's the only time I could fit it in. But anyway, guys, I'll see you guys later. God bless you and your families. And I'll see you soon. Have a good night. God bless.